I'm Dr. Mitchell Gibson. I'm a psychiatrist by profession, but I'm going to retire from that in about a month so I can do teaching full time. And this is my passion, teaching people spirituality and the wonders of human potential. I see some faces from last year, and I see a lot of people that are new. This is a seminar, actually this is a talk that is condensed from a 2-day seminar. So we have 115 slides to get through. We won't get through all of them, but we have about 3 hours. I mean, there's going to be a break in there. What we're going to do today is to go over the forces and the dynamics of the spiritual world. And we're going to make some definitions about what the spiritual world is, how it functions, and how we function within it. Because as human beings, we are an integral part of what we would sort of loosely call the spiritual world. It is a real thing. Now, why is a doctor here talking to you about the spiritual world? Well, when I was a kid, and you probably heard this story 100 times, but it's true, I could see things around people, and I could see people that had passed on, and I thought everybody could do that. And so one day I talked with my pastor, who happened to be a fundamentalist Baptist minister, about that. I was 7, and I asked him, why do these dead people hang around their funerals? Why do these spirits walk around? And he told my mom. And I didn't mention it much after that, because I realized that most people couldn't see those things. When I was in the 1st grade, I would sit in my class while the teacher was going over certain things, and I would leave my body and float on the ceiling and look at her upside down. I thought it was funny until I told her about it one day. I've learned since not to talk so much, except in certain groups. I learned that certain things about humanity, most people can't really accept. Most people accept reality the way that we're taught, but reality doesn't necessarily conform itself to rules that we are readily taught in school. As Dr. Michio Kaku was talking about this morning, reality has multiple dimensions. That's been proven. And that those dimensions have a reality outside of our physical understanding. Well, today we're going to go into a fair amount of detail about what's known about that physical understanding of the spiritual world and how we can use it to help evolve ourselves. The spiritual world is somewhat different than what you might suspect. It's not just a world where ghosts or spirits walk around all day in white robes and kind of just chill and wait for their next life. It's a much more robust and, how shall I say, active place, dynamic place than the physical world. The physical world, in my own personal research and in my own reading and training, is a place that is derived from the spiritual world. So we're going to answer some basic questions at the beginning and set up the discussion or the presentation so that we have some clear definitions about what we're going to be talking about. First question is, what is the spiritual world? We're going to answer that shortly. How does it differ from the physical world? We're also going to answer that shortly. And an important question, which is not just for shamans or magicians or people who are in spirituality, how do you get there? What is the significance of talking about the spiritual world for everyday people? We're also going to start with a general theory, a theory you may or may not have heard in some detail in the past. Human beings in this theory, and it's a general theory of how we can meld the spiritual world and the physical world together. The theory is human beings descended from a primordial state of energy. Primordial means unformed or undescended into matter. The second condition of this theory is that the present condition of the human body is a transitional condition that is a complex of energy and matter. The human body is not the solid thing we think it is. Actually, one of the amazing things about particle physics is that we haven't discovered any solid particles yet, and that human beings, everything that we see is not solid. When we touch ourselves, when we touch a rock or sand or eat food, it feels solid, but that's a very convincing illusion. That's not real. Every atom we ever looked at can be split. and you keep splitting it, and it gets down to the point where it's just energy. And the human body is no exception to that. The human body, as a matter of fact, and we're going to go over some remarkable slides, can be made to return to a state of pure energy while a person is still alive. And there's been some research to show that, and there's been a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people, that have done that consciously. This isn't just something that is a mathematical construct or mystical theoretical discussion. This is something that happens. This is something that happens on what you would almost call a regular basis. The vast majority of humanity in this general theory still exists in a state of energy, undescended into matter. And humans still exist in what we call, in the physical form, are only a small fraction of human beings. And that primordial humans are all around us. Now you might ask, well, I can't see them, I can't touch them. Well, you might ask the same question of bacteria. You can't see them, you can't touch them, but they outnumber humans billions to one. Primordial humans are the same. Their true home is the spiritual world, and that's the world we're going to be discussing. These primordial humans, humans that live in a different state than you and I, have a different energy density than we do. We might call them spirits. They also present themselves as luminous beings. I'm going to go over some discussion about what that is. They can take a variety of shapes and forms. Also, some of these primordial humans are a lot smarter than we are. They have greater intelligence and greater mastery over reality. Also, these primordial humans live in what physical humans call the spiritual world. So the interface between physical humans, us, and primordial humans, which are humans that are undescended into matter, is called the spiritual world. We're going to look at several clues as to why this theory was generated. And we're going to take clues from several areas. The first clue we're going to look at are clues from the ancient world. Now, a lot of people, when we were growing up, we thought that people a long time ago were very primitive. We thought that they didn't know anything compared to you and I. And actually, that's far from the truth. In many cases, primitive people, ancient people, are not primitive at all. They're a lot more intelligent, a lot more advanced than we are. Also, we have clues from the modern world. There is evidence from the modern world that the spiritual world and the human physical world are not that dissimilar, that there's an interface that we're just beginning to understand and to see. Also, we have clues from the world of science, which shows that the scientific model of reality in physics is showing that the world is not made of matter. The world is made of something entirely different than what we thought, which fits more into a mystical, sort of philosophical model of reality than what we had originally thought. Also, we can get clues from the world's great religions: spirituality, general spirituality, Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, and Judaism. All the major religions talk about an energy matter interface between physical humans and spiritual or primordial humans that we can only begin just now to understand. Also, there's some pictorial evidence from photographs that we can point to. And also, there are ancient and modern spiritual practices that we can use, physical humans can use, to transform ourselves into something far beyond the physical state. Let's start with the ancient world. In the ancient world, Tibetan Buddhists taught that by looking at this letter, which is the Tibetan letter for A, is pronounced A, allowed humans to regain contact with the primordial form from which we are all descended. They teach that there's a primordial energy form that all humans are in the physical body descend from, and that the body can be contacted through a special meditation with this letter. Also in the ancient world, there are legends. Some of these legends are actually not legends, but true stories that have been handed down as recitations or oral teachings that talk about a number of ancient spiritual masters who have dissolved their physical bodies into pure energy. Has anybody ever heard of that? Okay. And most of these exercises are techniques that have to be applied over a series of years. Though a few of them are instantaneous, But there are a number of these exercises that can be taught and are being taught in present modern day times that allow a person to be transformed back into energy and to go back and forth. The overall result of these exercises is to change the physical body into something that is not physical, something that is energetic. Let's talk about some names of particular people who have done this. There's a man by the name, an ancient master by the name of Jamphil Shinyan, who lived in Bodhgaya, India, who transformed his body completely into light. This was about the 1500s. And there's another great master by the name of Sri Singha, who transformed his body near the cremation grounds of Celia in central China. And there was another one, Bimala Mitra, who transformed his body in Kashmir, and Janasutra transformed his body near the Basing cremation grounds in northern India. Now they would perform this while they're still alive. So these teachings about these masters have actually been handed down for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so you might say that sounds like something that is a myth or a legend only, but there's more to support that. In the modern world, people disappear every day, just in the thin air. It's estimated that each year in the US alone, over 10 million people just disappear. Now, you could obviously argue that over 95% of these might be accounted for by crime or people just wanting not to be found or abductions. But it's estimated in Newsweek magazine that over 800,000 of these people never come back. They're just not accounted for. And that not all of these disappearances can be explained so easily. So when you look at the numbers, let's say that even a fraction of this is true. Let's say that even 1,000 people disappear. There's something going on there that we can get some more clues about. In the year 1815, in a Prussian prison, there was a prisoner by the name of Dererchi who was sentenced for assuming his employer's identity. He was sent to jail. And one afternoon, this prisoner was chained together with a number of other prisoners, and they were walking in the prison yard for exercise. And shackled together with other prisoners, this person just slowly began to fade into nothingness. This is a documented case, and disappeared in the middle of nowhere. His body became more and more transparent and disappeared altogether, so that only his manacles and leg irons were left. He was never seen again. And this was a documented case from the Anecdotal History of Missing Persons by J. Robert Nash. Not that this happens every day, but once in a while it does. Yes?
What about his clothes? Did his clothes disappear too?
Everything disappeared but his manacles and leg irons. This is another case from the modern world about a man named James Warson in England. And this man was a shoemaker. And he made a bet with some friends, just to summarize this slide, that he could run 16 miles without stopping. Well, his friends were following him in a horse cart and just watching him. And they saw him as he was running fall forward. And he never hit the ground. His body just disappeared. Clothes, everything. He completely vanished. They got the police involved in the investigation. He never showed up anywhere. And this is from a fascinating book by the name of Into Thin Air, which documents a number of these cases of people going into another world that we don't fully yet understand, by Paul Begg. There was a British diplomat who was a high-level official in the British government that disappeared into thin air in front of people in 1809. He had stopped for dinner and stepped in front of his coach to examine his horses, and he simply disappeared without a trace, just gone for no reason. Now, this doesn't just happen to one person or one individual. I'm sure you all have heard of cases where entire villages or ships will disappear, and they have to be going somewhere. So we're going to talk about possibly where they're going. In November 1930, so this was a somewhat more recent case, in a village in northern Canada, a trapper by the name of Joe LaBelle went into a community of about 2,000 residents, and there was nobody there. There was still food that had been left. The dogs had been left, but the dogs had starved to death. And nobody ever found any of the people, no bodies, nothing. There was no traces in the snow or anything. It gets weirder. There's a story in 1915 during World War I where an entire battalion of soldiers was witnessed disappearing. And this was a famous case where 3 soldiers saw an entire battalion of English soldiers that marched and never came back out. The battalion was assumed to be kidnapped or taken prisoner by the Turkish government. Britain demanded that they be released. Nobody ever saw them again. Now, it's possible that this was a UFO. It's possible it is something a little bit weirder. So, let's look at the world of science. In the world of science, science has now pretty much proven that 96% of the universe can't be seen. That when you look at a room like this, when you look up through a telescope, when you look up in the sky, that 96% of what's there, you can't see it. The best estimates of what the universe is made up of anyway, like Dr. Kaku said, is something called dark energy or dark matter. We can't see it, but it accounts for more than 96+% of the universe's matter. It's also the most common thing that is in existence. Dark matter is not made of protons, electrons, or neutrons. So when you look at your body, 96% of your body is not protons, electrons, and neutrons. Your body is an unstable matrix of something we're only beginning to understand. Well, oddly enough, the world's great religions have already anticipated this discovery. They say that there's something in the body, the physical body, that the physical body is moving toward. That the physical body is not just something that is going to live, be fed, and die one day, and that's it. That there's sort of a higher purpose for what we are as physical beings. In Christianity, they call that the resurrection body. In Hinduism, it's referred to as the Vajra body. In Buddhism, they call it the Buddha body. In Tibetan Buddhism, they call it the Jalus, and we'll refer to that a little bit later. And in Indonesian Islam, they call it the body of light. And in Islam in general, it's called the diamond body. But as you can see, in most of the world's greater religions or major religions, there's already an anticipation that something greater is in store for the human body rather than just death. And that the true home of the human body is not the physical world. That the physical world is only a temporary place that the human body lives on its way to somewhere else. Now let's look at some interesting cases here. This is a picture that a patient gave me. And this is a picture, if you look at it closely, shows a being that is floating above what looks like a mantle or something near the door. And this is a picture that was taken shortly after the death of a lady in the family. And this being stayed and talked with this family for 6 hours. The being said it was from another dimension that was made out of a different sort of matter, and it had come to collect the soul of the lady who had just died. I asked the family members not to turn this picture in, not to do anything with it, because I felt that they would get the wrong sort of publicity for it. And so they haven't. But if you look at this picture, you can see a being that looks like a butterfly. And it has, if you look at it closely, it has a human head. The head, when you blow this up, has eyes, he has a mustache, he has blonde hair. And it's sort of weird because I'd never seen anything quite like that. So it points to, and these are very simple people. These are not people that would go around with very sophisticated technology to make something like this up. The lady that showed me this was in tears. She wanted to have some sort of explanation. This is another picture that was sent to me, and some of you might have seen this. This was taken during a transatlantic flight. And the plane went into difficulty, and the pilot announced that they were going to crash land because the plane had taken a nosedive. And one man on board decided to take a photograph. Now, the plane's crashing. He's got his camera out snapping pictures. Sort of an unusual presence of mind, I would say. And the plane suddenly just leveled off. and everybody was saved. When the man took the picture outside, he said that he saw something like an angel in the clouds, and the angel had extended his hand over the plane, and the plane was saved. And this photo was provided by a man from Holland who had witnessed this and had developed the picture. If you look at the picture, you can see something that looks like a man with a robe, and you can see sort of like a sash around the robe. And that's not something that you would expect during a plane crash. It was just something that was not planned in any way. It seems like there's another dimensional sort of energy going on there, another form of matter that's interacting with our physical matter in a way that we can't account for with our physical laws. This is another picture. I specialize in forensic psychiatry, which is the type of psychiatry that deals with accidents, injury, and illness that don't lead to death. When it leads to death, it's called forensic pathology. Now, this is a picture from a car accident. If you look at that car, you would think that nobody would walk away from that. But the occupant said that they saw a being floating in front of the car before the accident, and they walked away both without a scratch. Now, this picture was taken by a police photographer who said that he also saw this. Again, you see an energetic sort of being, a being that is not physical, obviously, but obviously there's a form of matter there that we're not fully able to explain with our physical laws. There's something else going on there. Now, everybody has heard of luminous balls of light or orbs. This is a picture that was taken, I think it was about 5 years ago, above a cemetery. And this person that took the picture saw these luminous balls of light. There's a very famous author by the name of Brad Steiger who took a survey of over 20,000 people. And in his survey, he talked to people who believed they had experienced something supernatural. 37% believed that they had experienced a light being, and 38% that believed that they had experienced an angel. Millions of people have taken pictures of these luminous balls. So let's talk about what this might be. This is another picture taken in someone's backyard of these luminous balls, and this person actually saw them. When you look at these balls, you see sort of a matter or cell-like structure inside of it, and you see them just floating around the background in there. This is another picture, and you see the balls in different colors and different shapes and different sizes, and literally millions of people have taken pictures like this, and people really don't understand what that is. So the question comes up, according to the theory, is this a picture of a different type of human being? This is a picture of primordial humans undescended into matter. Is this a picture of a different state of matter that we don't fully understand? This is another picture taken, again, near a cemetery and in a backyard, and literally billions of these things have been photographed. And first thing you would think, well, these people have dirty cameras. There's something wrong with these cameras, but not all of them can be accounted for like that. So let's talk about some physical modern techniques that might begin to explain why all of these different forms of matter, these pictures, these beings that look like angels, these luminous balls of light, let's try to make some sense out of what this might be by looking at one particular technique and one particular case, which will lead us directly into a discussion about the spiritual world. The rainbow body, or the jalous, can be generated by something called the Tricode practice. The Tricode practice is a specific form of Tibetan Buddhism where one's physical body is dissolved intentionally into the subatomic constituents that make up the body, leaving only the hair and nails behind. Has anybody heard of this before?
That's Chorgal. It's not Trek Show.
Okay. Actually, it is.
I'm
Say that
sorry.
again?
I thought it was Chorgal, not Trek Show. Trek Show, you don't gain the rainbow body.
Actually,
It's
this is
Chorgal,
correct.
I thought.
Okay. The process generally takes about 7 days where the body progressively shrinks in size. And there's a very famous modern case where this happened. This is a man by the name of Khenpo Achos. who died in the summer of 1998, which is actually relatively recently. And he died without any signs of old age or illness. After extensive training in, never been sure how to pronounce that word. Does anybody know? Nyingma. And this word? Gelug. Okay. These are schools of Tibetan Buddhism, and he was known for teaching the toughest bandits in that community these forms of Buddhism. He had lived almost a monastic form of life, and he retreated into a small village and began to practice mantras and visualizations. And people began to say that he would generate light and energy and perform miracles in his area. About a year before he died, a Rinpoche advised him to have a thangka painted of Ganden. Has anybody heard of the Ganden before? Ganden is one of the heavens in Tibetan Buddhism, where a person lives immediately around the time where they become a Buddha or a Maitreya, which is a form of world savior. So it's it's called the heaven of contentment. Khenpo began to change right before the time that he died. A week before he died, a rainbow appeared over his house. And this was documented by a Stanford professor who was also a priest, Brother Francis Tissot. And this was documented and written up in a number of journals. I think the most common one was the International Institute of Subtle Energy, and also the Journal for Gnosis. Francis Tissot, Brother Tissot, said that he saw the wrinkles on this man's skin disappear, and that his skin became like that of a very young boy. Another of his disciples said that his skin actually became luminous, but Brother Francis said that he actually saw the skin release light. Everyone present noticed a sort of sweet fragrance, and that they saw rainbows fill the sky. They also heard something that sounded like music, but they couldn't make out the words in the area that this man was passing. A Lama, after his passing, his immediate passing, a Lama told Khenpo's disciples to cover his body with a yellow cloth and not to touch it. The disciples could see through the cloth, and they saw that his body was shrinking. But there was no sign of any decomposition, no insects, no smell, and the weather was warm outside. On the 8th day, they looked in the box that they had stored his body, and there was no body at all. His body had completely vanished. All they found was his clothing, actually the cloth, and there were no marks on his clothing at all. And they found something else. This was all that remained of his body. And it's one of the reasons they call it the rainbow body. One of the things that happened to the Buddha when he passed is that they had difficulty cremating his body. And they say that many of the relics that were left as a result of Buddha transforming. This man, Khenpo, said that he had distilled his body down to the direct essence of what his body was made of, as a direct result of the practice that he had talked about. Well, when you look into this phenomena, which was somewhat fascinating to me, you find that he's not alone, that this is something that happens fairly frequently. This is an area of Tibet called the Sacred Dzogchen Natural Mountain Caves area. And this is about 7,000 meters up, which is over 20,000 feet, pretty high up in the area. And this is an area where many of the world's practitioners, or the most enlightened practitioners, go to achieve enlightenment, but not only to look for enlightenment. They also go to particular caves, this one is particularly. And in this particular cave, in the Right Canyon area, there have been many yogis in the Dzogchen tradition who transform their bodies directly from this cave into light or into energy. This is called the solitary retreat practice, and they say that it is the fastest way to achieve enlightenment in one single lifetime. It costs $25 a month to maintain this cave, and in 1959 the Tibetan government went to great lengths to destroy most of these, which I thought was a shame. Now, this lineage is something that has been going on for quite some time. This has been going on for a number of years. The Holy Dzogchen area is a natural sacred land, And there have been many supernatural beings who still appear here on a regular basis. It's a place of great pilgrimage in the Far East. And many of the practitioners who go here experience the Buddha, they experience a number of bodhisattvas, they still experience a number of beings who have enlightened and moved on to this spiritual world dimension. And they call it a place of miracles. They say that this particular area, which is between the Siltram Snow Mountains and the Rudam Canyon, is a place where many miracles still occur every day. So it's a place of great pilgrimage that most Americans don't know about. So in modern times, there have actually been a number of other people who have done this transformation that is not well written about in our country. Another person went to the Holy Dzogchen area and met Vimalamatra, who was one of the masters who had died, well actually who had transformed himself into a body of light hundreds of years before. He meditated after receiving this special energy from this being Vimalamatra. And in 1958, he was taken to prison by the Chinese army. As he was being taken to prison, and this is a very famous case, he began to fly into the air and disappeared in front of everybody's view. And he transformed into light in front of the Chinese army. In another very similar case, this is another man, Sonam Namgyal, who is probably one of the most famous cases, was also practicing the Dzogchen tradition and attained the rainbow body in front of thousands of people, just in front of people who were watching him do this. He did it in particular in public. And to date, more than 100,000 people have transformed themselves using this technique and this tradition into what we call a rainbow body. These people in this tradition have changed themselves from physical matter purposely into a different form, which is something that in our Western mind doesn't really sound possible. This is a man who is a very interesting human being. His name is Prince Ratu Pandji Pandita. He is descended from a line of kings that is unbroken for 12 generations. He is also descended from a man who transformed himself into a body of light in 1663 in front of his entire court. This man is recognized, the Prince Pandita, as a direct emanation of his great, etc. grandfather, Prince Pandji Sakti. And he is one of the ruling families in Indonesia at this time. He is also recognized as a Maitreya, or a direct emanation. Anybody know what a direct emanation is? Now this is a man who transformed himself into light. So why is he back? How does that occur? Yes? Just one second.
He's an incarnation to come back as a bodhisattva.
Okay.
Decided to take back the physical form to continue the teachings.
A direct emanation is somewhat different than a direct incarnation. An emanation occurs when a being who is transformed or become enlightened decides to come back for a specific purpose. This man's purpose is to come back and teach people how to transform themselves. This is what he teaches. And he's been recognized as a master in doing this. So, let's look at our general theory. There exists some evidence that points to a certain primordial lineage of human beings. The human beings can transform themselves into something that's beyond just the physical body. And that this matrix can be transcended by certain techniques. And that there is a spiritual world that once a human transforms, that they can potentially go into this world and live in a certain higher reality. So what is this spiritual world? What are the forces that govern this spiritual world? And how can human beings take advantage of these forces? And how may the primordial state be achieved by ordinary physical human beings? Now, one of the reasons I'm interested in this research is because I had contact when I was a resident with one of these primordial beings. And I wrote about it in a book called The Living Soul. And in the book, I describe a story. And in the story, I talk about my contact with a being who called himself Dzogchen. I'd never heard that word before. And I was a second-year resident in psychiatry. And in your psychiatry residency, you stay up anywhere from 2 to 3 times a week doing what we call being on call. And when you're on call, you can go in on a Monday and not go home and get any sleep until Wednesday. And so I thought that I was hallucinating out of being fatigued and just not being, getting enough sleep and getting enough rest. One of the things that happened during my contact with this being is I learned that this being had another name. The other name this being had was Thoth. Has everybody heard that name before? T-H-O-T-H? Now, as a doctor, I had a lot of trouble with talking with beings from other dimensions. As a psychiatrist, I couldn't really discuss it with my colleagues. But there were some patients I could talk to about it. There's one story I write about in the book about a man. I was on call one night. His name was, it was not his real name, but I called him Mr. Lanazuki. And Mr. Lanazuki was manic depressive. And we had admitted him because he had run from Germantown, Philadelphia, down to Central Philly, which is about 20 miles. But he did this in his boxer shorts and no shoes. And this was in the dead of winter in Philadelphia. So this is not something an old man in his 80s you would think would be able to do. But he did it. And the police brought him in, and he didn't stop running around for an hour or so by the time I saw him. But when I saw him, he said, "Doc, who is that glowing guy in the corner there? Big bald guy." And I thought, is he seeing the same thing I'm seeing? And so he said, "Oh, he looks like you a little bit too." I said, okay. So we had a conversation about my personal hallucination, which was no longer my personal hallucination. And grudgingly, over time, I had a lot of other experiences like this that began to show me that there's something to our universe, to our reality, that is higher than our world. That there are beings who are more intelligent than we are, beings that we don't write about in Harrison's textbook of medicine, or the DSM-3 or DSM-4, that have a great deal to teach us. So a lot of what I learned about the spiritual world came from my interaction with this being, which sounds a bit shamanic for lack of a better term, but that's what happened. And I waited 20 years to write about this, for obvious reasons. I like practicing medicine. But I'm retiring next month, so I could talk about it as much as I like. There are forces that govern the spiritual world. There are also ways that human beings can take advantage of these forces and begin to evolve. One of the things that sort of got my attention as I was learning from this being is that the human body is quite different than what we think it is. One of the things I learned in genetics, that if you took all the DNA in one person, and this is basic molecular genetics, and you turned all that information into book form, the books that that information would generate would fill up the Grand Canyon more than 75 times. That's a great deal of information for every one of us sitting here. Why is there so much information? The interesting thing about that is if you took all your DNA in one body and strung it end to end, it would go to the moon 500,000 times. Now, the really interesting thing about that is that we don't use most of our DNA. Most of our DNA just sits there. Actually, 97% of our DNA is totally unaccounted for by modern science. When you look at the human body, only about 2 to 3% of our DNA codes for every protein, every muscle, every enzyme, everything that we do. The rest of it has no known function at all, of any kind. They call it junk DNA. And there's actually 2 names for it. When you look at the physical body, sDNA, or silent DNA, is 97% of your body. It just sits there. It's silent, doesn't do anything. pDNA, or physical DNA, is anywhere from 1 to 3% in most people, which scientists find somewhat strange. Why would there be so much space? What is there about human DNA that we don't know that's generating all of this information? So, some interesting parallels come up when you look at human potential, when you look at human DNA, and when you look at the universe. We don't use 96% of our DNA. We also don't see 96% of the universe. There might be a connection there, if you look at it. And it's somewhat embarrassing because scientists now have to admit that 96% of the universe is totally beyond our comprehension. It would appear that the universe is made up of some unseen mass that we can't see and that we can't understand. But something in our physical body is already pre-wired to interact with that. There's an astronomer at the Department of Astronomy at the University of Washington that said that we can't find 90% of the universe. It's just not available. And there's another scientist who says that dark matter is Mother Nature having a double laugh at us, that it's not something that we can fully understand, that most of what we see in the universe is hidden. But ancient philosophers, Hindu, Druids, Kabbalists, Buddhists, etc., have written for centuries that the missing mass of the universe, this missing part, is called the spiritual world. And we're going to go into a lot of detail about what this world is. Where is it? Let's start with that. The physical world is still in the process of being created. There are people that are being born every day. There are plants that are being created every day. Everything in the physical world comes from something that pre-existed before it. If you put a seed in the ground, you can get an oak tree from that seed, but the oak tree obviously doesn't fit inside the seed. The tree can be 50 feet tall. The seed can only be maybe a ½ inch or so. It's coming from somewhere. For lack of a better term, let's call that place source. Now this is an important slide. And we're going to break the dimensions down. We're just going to deal with the first 9 dimensions of reality. And this is a basic outline for the rest of our discussion on the spiritual world. The first dimension that we're going to deal with has to do with what we call the 9th dimension. And this is the dimension where what we would call God exists. Now, as humans, it's very difficult for us to understand the concept of God. The 9th dimension is the highest dimension that as humans we can begin to understand and put into words or a physical concept. Actually not physical, but some sort of theosophical, let's call it theosophical construct. Then the dimensions emerge from this Godhead in a spiral fashion. Now what's interesting about that is that DNA is also in a spiral fashion, an interlocking double helix actually. And according to most cosmologists, the universe emerges from the inner world outward. And that we're kind of in the bad neighborhood part of the universe, in the 3rd dimension. We're way down here in the 3rd dimension. There are forces that interact or that act on the physical world that create the universe as we know it around us. These forces have names. And in spiritual research, which most of us probably haven't heard much about, these forces have been defined, they've been categorized, and there have been uses that have been applied for these particular forces that have been applied in meditation techniques. And in spiritual research, which most of us probably haven't heard much about, these forces have been defined, they've been categorized, and there have been uses that have been applied for these particular forces that have been applied in meditation techniques. We're going to talk about some of those techniques in a moment. The first force that acted upon the universe is called the A factor. What do you think that first force does? Just as a guess. Anybody want to guess? Now, this is what we would call God, and this is the first force acting to emerge what we would call reality in the form of the eighth dimension. What would this A factor force do? What does it do? Anybody want to take a guess? Raise your hand so we can use the mic.
Vibrate, make sound.
That's true. It does vibrate. What else does it do?
Could it be light?
It is light, that's right, but it has a very particular purpose that still acts on us today.
Create.
It does create, but what particularly does it create?
Well, I wasn't going to say what it was going to create. I was just saying its function was to expand.
Okay, that's very good. All of those answers are correct to a certain extent. A factor has one job. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Matter?
It does help create matter, that's right. Were there any other before I go into?
Catalyst?
It is a catalyst. That's warm. That's very warm. You want to go ahead with that? I do this to my students all the time.
Catalyst that infuses energy with purpose.
Okay. That's
Luminosity, radiance.
Let me go ahead and give it to you. Okay. But that's close. The purpose of A factor is to separate humanity or to separate reality from what we call God. It's called the factor of the first propagation. It separates everything that exists from what we call the state of non-existence or God. God would be, in our terms of discussion here, the term or the sum of all potentials. The A factor causes things to be created in their original primordial form. That's what A factor does. And A factor acts through all the different dimensions. It causes a person to say, I am. I am Mitchell, I am a plant, I am an animal, I'm a fish, I'm a tree, etc., etc. It causes beings to want to express themselves in form. Before that, all things are formless. The purpose of the A factor is to give reality a form, a way that it can experience itself and experience the universe. Now, I'll give you B factor because that one's just too hard to guess. B factor acts on the fifth dimension for one particular purpose. B factor is a universal force that causes energy in the fifth dimension to be returned back to the ninth dimension or God. It's called, it's not the same as the A factor because the A factor has one goal. The A factor wants to push everything as far away from God as it can. But the B factor wants to turn things back to God. It's also called the immortality factor. It wants to make things immortal. The next factor is called the X factor. The X factor acts on the third dimension, which is where we live, to place things in the fifth dimension. Now, this is the source of a lot of the meditation practices that we just talked about that take advantage of this X force or X factor that exists inside of all of us. Every one of us have this. It's called, another word for it in our Western society, you might also call it the Christ force. Now, this force has one particular purpose. What do you think that purpose is if you call it the Christ force? Raise your hand.
Enlightenment.
Enlightenment, but something more than just enlightenment.
Transformation.
Transformation into what? We go back to our...
Primordial state.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. Very good. The X factor exists in all of us. You can measure it using certain techniques. The X factor has one goal. The X factor takes the 97% of our DNA and turns it into a light body. That's what the X factor does. That's its function. All of us walk around with the X factor being dormant inside of our bodies all the time. There are specific meditation techniques that have been devised over centuries to take advantage of that dormant state or that dormant force. There's another factor called Z factor that has a different sort of force or different sort of action. Z factor is another term for death or chaos. The Z factor has one goal, and the Z factor's goal is to make sure that when you live a life, it makes sure that your body gets dissolved back into matter or back into the constituent parts of reality that created it. The Z factor also causes death and aging and illness. Were there any particular questions about that before we go on? Yes. Raise your hand, just a second.
Do you make any correlations with those 9 factors and the 3 kayas?
With the 3 kayas?
Nirmanakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Dharmakaya.
You want to explain that to the group?
Well, it's a Tibetan tradition. There are 3 Dharmakaya being pure essence, emptiness, awareness, and the Sambhogakaya being innate, unimpeded luminosity, which is the great array of appearances of Dharmakaya, and the Nirmanakaya being the great pure appearance of awareness.
We actually do.
It sounded like that's where you were going at it.
Is another question? There's another question right there.
There's a history of a discussion of people people in the Christian tradition and early Christianity talking about the body not corrupting, that certain saints have reached states where the body did not corrupt, and it was sort of a goal, and then they tied the fall to the fact that we had to corrupt, and before that we did not. And I was wondering if it was just the difference between the Z factor and
You ask a very good question.
X factor,
The question is, why do certain people, and it's not just Christians, it's in many traditions, it's happened to Hindus, it's happened in people in Judaism, it's happened to actually thousands of people. You can go into the Vatican and you can see incorrupt bodies. In a number of places in India, you can see incorrupt bodies. It's also happened to people in this country, among Native Americans, and in many places in Europe. What do you think causes that incorrupt state? Of the factors we just talked about, the X factor, the B factor, which one do you think causes that? It's X factor. Now, X factor can be generated. It's a dormant factor. Now, some people, when they generate this, their bodies begin to change. They develop healing ability. Their body begins to give off light. They begin to be able to float, for instance. They also begin to transform themselves, and because of the activity of this particular factor, people are often sainted. So what are some of the ways that this factor can be activated? Because one of the things that happens when you activate it, people become incorrupt. An incorrupt body is a body that doesn't decay normally. When I studied forensics, we had to study bodies in different forms of decay. And you can actually determine how long a person's been dead by the insects inside of that person at the time of your study. Certain insects come at particular times of decay. But an incorrupt body doesn't have that. There have been incorrupt bodies found in mud. And mud is one of the fastest ways people decay. Also, there have been incorrupt bodies found that have been hung in people that were crucified in the air. And the air is actually the fastest way that people decay. The air has more bacteria in it than the ground. Did everybody know that? So what are some of the ways that we might generate this X factor? Just if you think about it for a second. How does it come about? Yes,
Meditation or prayer?
that's right, meditation. And prayer. Anything else? Yes.
Through the breath, breathing techniques.
Well, let's call that meditation. There's a question over here.
Sacred sexuality or tantra?
We can use tantra. But they don't like to talk about tantra in the West because that's sex. But it is a path to enlightenment by using this factor. There's also one very powerful method we haven't mentioned yet.
Yoga?
Let's call yoga meditation.
Okay.
Tantra is also a form of yoga, but it's a very particular type of yoga. Yes, in the back?
Chanting?
What would you chant? What would you chant? You're close. Starts with an M, ends with a mantras, that's right. There's also another way to generate the X factor that we haven't talked about that you probably couldn't guess. Yes, maybe you could.
Under some type of crisis or stress that just happens, and then spontaneously something happens?
That's close, but not quite. Yes.
As far as technique or method or mode of delivery,
It's a mode of delivery.
well, Troy is the only way I know of as far as rainbow body, but that's a technique of meditation, so that would just fall into meditation probably.
There's another way. What's the biggest source of energy in our solar system? The sun. That's your hint. That's not your answer. By
Light?
using light. Exactly. Let's call it solar yoga. It's not yoga, but let's call it solar yoga. There's a technique by which you can take in sunlight, using sunlight in combination with a very particular type of meditation to transform yourself and take advantage of the X factor. Now, just for a moment, let's talk about sunlight. Because it's not just light. Now, sometimes when you're doing research in spirituality, you might notice that most of the ancient cultures seem to worship the sun in some form. In ancient Rome and Greece, they had gods for the sun. In the Babylonian tradition, there were gods for the sun. In Christianity, Christ was associated with the sun. In Judaism, there was a form of meditation that's associated with sunlight, taking in sunlight. Even in China and India, there's a solar aspect to worship. There are a number of different aspects to sunlight that help us with the process of evolution, that can also help lead us to a better understanding of the spiritual world. There are things inside of sunlight spiritually that most of us don't know about. So let's talk about them. One thing that's inside of sunlight, obviously, is electromagnetic energy. We call that light. That's the easiest thing to sort of understand about sunlight. When you look at the sun is bright. It gives off energy. But that's just one of the things inside of the sun that is being generated by the sun. The sun also generates something called information factors. What's an information factor? An information factor is pure energy being generated by the sun that contains information about the creation of reality. It's not electromagnetic in nature. And we're going to talk about those factors in a little bit. But they're called information factors. Yes. We're trying to get all this on tape, so I apologize.
I've never heard of information factors. Where did that come from?
Okay.
Sorry.
That's from a science called cursology. Anybody ever heard that term before? It comes from a combination of two words, cosmic and logos. And also, it's also called cosmic cursology or solar logos. So it's a combination of words that basically means information derived from the sun. Now, this is primarily information that has been passed down to us from the Gnostics. Has everyone heard of the Gnostics before? The Gnostics, especially the Essene Gnostic tradition, was a solar tradition, which essentially taught that human beings are derived from primordial beings that emanate from the sun, and that part of what controls our reality is an understanding of the higher forces that emanate from the sun and how the mind and the soul interact with them. So let's get back to the list of things inside sunlight. Another thing that's inside sunlight is called the evolutionary factor. The evolutionary factor was only added to sunlight by certain beings about 250,000 years ago. One of the reasons this factor was added, according to the teachings, is that human beings began to become somewhat lazy and cumbersome in their understanding of the universe. The evolutionary factor was added to make us curious about the universe. Another thing that's inside of the sun that doesn't really fit into our normal understanding of what comes from the sun are called mandalas, specifically divine mandala. Divine mandala are geometric forms. If you look at sunlight, one of the things you notice if you begin to look at it for a while is you begin to see geometric shapes. And these shapes don't really make any sense when you first begin to look at them. But there's been an exhaustive study of these shapes by a number of some of the deeper esoteric spiritual religions. And it shows that these shapes have a tremendous effect on the subconscious processes of the human mind. What do you think these shapes do? What's the purpose? Why would the universe, or why would the sun emanate this energy? Divine mandala in particular.
Is it a mandate, if you will, to get back in touch with the primordial source, basic ground?
That's good. That's close enough. Essentially, it's a way to guide us back toward enlightenment. It contains information in a very highly complex geometric form that leads the subconscious mind on sort of a journey through life so that people develop a hunger for reality, for understanding the deeper forces of reality. It's where our desire to know God comes from. There's one other force.
Wait.
Yes.
I attended a very erudite conference on crop circles. Some MIT scientists were there.
Mm-hmm.
One guy had a theory. This is really exciting. Now you're talking about the geometric shapes. That he reproduced the flat crop circle by putting geometric shapes underneath a source of very powerful energy. It was, they don't know what. But the shapes placed that way underneath created the crop circle at the bottom.
So how do you think that happened? How do you think that happens?
It's in your theory, doesn't it?
Well, it's not my theory,
No,
actually.
this theory.
Yes.
Does it not? It fits in with the geometric shapes
Exactly.
you're speaking of.
But why does that happen?
It sounds like the crop circles were a sign of some kind.
Or they were stored inside of the energy, so that under certain circumstances you can reproduce them. Actually, one of the things that composes the human body are these divine mandala. Each of us has stored inside of us certain mandala that, once you master them, will enable you to do things that look like miracles. They're not really miracles, but when you understand what the mandala does, you can control certain forces like gravity or the force of light or other forces in the universe that are connected to that particular mandala. That's a different study, though. The fifth thing that's inside of it are universal forces. One of those universal forces is the X factor. All of that comes through sunlight. Early in my training, I didn't believe any of this. I didn't, like some of you probably look at that and say, well, that's not possible. Well, I've learned to say that impossible just takes a little bit of time. Because as we grow in our understanding of the universe, we begin to see that what we thought was impossible 100 years ago is sort of accomplished in a daily manner now. So let's look at the spiritual world and the path and to what we call physical existence. The spiritual world starts from what we call the 99% world. Has everybody got this? Okay. Starts from what we call the 99% world, which is very similar to what Kabbalah teaches about there being a very evolved or much higher form of reality beyond our physical world from which all the other dimensions sort of derive. Our dimension is way down here, close to the 1% world, which is also something called null space, which is devoid of reality as we know it. It's a better way to look at that. It's not on this slide, though. Each of these dimensions, as you go down from the Godhead, or what we call the Creator, sort of devolves in complexity. So by the time you get to the fourth or the third dimension, reality is not quite as complex. Beings become subject to something we call death. So as we were talking about earlier, Kosmology is the science that we're talking about. It's a very ancient science that was propagated primarily by ancient Gnostics, primarily from the Essenes. Can I erase this now? Has everybody heard of the Essenes? The Essenes were a very, for lack of a better word, they were a very interesting group. And that's putting it very mildly. There are stories among the older ancient Essene cultures that they had a secret technique called the paradosis. Has anybody heard of that before? Okay. So the paradosis was a technique that involved taking in sunlight, among other things. And through the paradosis, one was able to transform themselves from a mortal being into an immortal being made of something other than physical matter. The paradosis was something that was only passed to the elder elect members of the Essenes, never to the women, which is sort of unusual, because if you're going to be immortal, why not have women around? But that's just me. So let's go over what these universal forces are. The paradosis takes into account one of these particular forces. In particular, takes into account the B factor, which we'll go over in a few minutes. These universal forces we're going to talk about, and I'm leaving one out on purpose. The A factor we're going to go over, the B factor we'll go over, X, Y, and Z factors. I'm leaving out the H factor because that's a factor that has to do with causing someone intentional harm. You can take advantage of that and learn about that when you're being trained in sort of the dark arts, but I don't train people or talk to people about that in particular. So let's talk about the factors one at a time. How are we doing on time? 20 minutes? Okay. The first factor, and I'm going over this a lot faster than I normally do, because we're condensing 2 days down into 3 hours. The first factor that we're going to talk about is called the A factor. And the A factor causes the propagation of self-propagation by which God is separated from himself, and he disseminates himself throughout the universe. It's the first force that is taught in this science that is created. It's the first universal force that we have identified, or that has been identified by the ancients. It's the first cause of emergence. One of my teachers was a Kabbalist, a very old Kabbalist, and I wondered just how old this guy was. But he told me a story about how the first force came into being, and I kind of like the story because it condenses it into something I could understand easily. He said, what if you knew a man who was extremely wealthy, and this man came to your home every day and said, I want to take you out to dinner and buy you things. And that might be cool the first time or two. And the next day this man calls and said, I want to take you out to dinner and show you the town. After 3 or 4 times of doing that, most of us would start to get a little bit uncomfortable that this person was doing everything for us. And that ultimately we would want to do some things for ourselves. So we would say, well, okay, if we go out to dinner today, let me pick up the check. And the man says, no, I insist. You can never pick up the check. It's always going to be me paying for everything. Well, most people eventually not want to go out with that man anymore. Why?
The matter of giving and receiving.
Because that's right. If in that relationship you feel like you have no power. You're constantly being given to, even though that's great for a little bit, but you have no power. And so my teacher said that this is the way that humans in the beginning, in the primordial state, saw God. That God was primarily giving us everything we ever needed, and we never had to do anything. And so that some of us said, you know, I want to create my own apple pie. I want to create my own reality. I want to create my own everything so that I can feel the pleasure of giving things to myself. And so the first force was created by God as a way of pushing us into a universe where we could create things for ourselves. Now, some people like to say, well, I wasn't in that group. I didn't get consulted on that. But that's the way my teacher explained the propagation of the first force. It's a way to empower ourselves outside of the Godhead so that we could create reality and take advantage of it. We could work, we could get a wage, and give ourselves things that we needed. The next factor that came about is called the B factor. And the B factor is where the paradosis comes in. The A factor separates souls or spirits from God in the spiritual world. And it also caused death ultimately, because the ultimate separation from God is a form of death, in a way. The B factor was created as a counteractant or a counteragent to the A factor. And in the B factor, there is an urge to reunite with the source of all creation, with the Creator himself. It is the force for spiritual evolution. In our higher levels of intelligence, B factor is extremely active. Now, in the ancient times, when the paradosis was taught, they would give the aspirant what they call the spiritual touch. And basically, they would touch you on the forehead. And the master would pass energy into the aspirant. And then the aspirant was given a mantra. But it wasn't really a mantra so much as it was a word. Now, in the Essene accounts of Jesus' baptism, it was essentially a paradosis, or an event of the paradosis, given by John the Baptist to Jesus himself. It's how Jesus was given the energy of divinity, or higher divinity. And in the deeper mystery of that, Jesus was being initiated into a power that would later turn him into the Christ, the B factor. or the immortal factor, let's put it that way. It later immortalized him in a certain way. The X factor is another one of these forces that has a very specific job. The X factor is a force that takes the human form and is generated through actually there's two places the X factor comes from. It can come through all the areas we talked about, those 5 areas. It comes from the sun. Also, the earth generates a certain amount of X factor. And to be honest, the human body. Generates a certain amount of X factor. A friend of mine who is an astronomer at the University of Arizona talks about his research, and in his research, he did radio astronomy on the human body. If you look at the human body generates the same radiation as a star. So that radio telescopes had to be built far away from cities because human beings, when you point a radio telescope at a city, human beings light up like stars. We put out the same type of radiation. But one of these radiations is the X factor. It's very weak in most humans until they learn to bring it out more. This X factor has one focus, and that's to change the dormant 97% of human tissue into an immortal form. Now there's a mantra that you can use, and this is a very ancient mantra. And this mantra is the embodiment of X factor. And the mantra will take X factor inside the human body, and if it's repeated under certain circumstances, 6,400,000 times, give or take 5 or 6 times, the human body transforms itself. Would you like to know what that mantra is? I've never had a group say no to that question. This is a J. Forgive my doctor's writing. It says, Om Ahum Vajra Guru Pima Siddhi Hum. Now this is a very ancient mantra. It's in Sanskrit, a form of Sanskrit. And the purpose of this mantra is several-fold. It slows down the aging process in humans. It also is called the immortal mantra. It energizes the X factor inside of humans. Also, it's a mantra that you can use with your solar meditation. Now, how do you think you might combine this mantra with your solar meditation? And my students can't say anything with this, 'cause you guys already know. How might you combine this mantra with solar meditation in order to accelerate the process of evolution?
Sit in the sun and say it.
That's close. That's very close. It does involve sitting in the sun. But what else?
The Buddhists use a prayer wheel. Can you put it on the prayer wheel and spin it? And
You sure could, but that's not what we're looking for. That's a good technique, though.
When you're sitting in the sun, you're just allowing the sun rays to penetrate you. So, I mean, you're opening yourself up and allowing the sun to go through you.
Let me give it to you. Has everybody got this? Yes. Om Ahung Vajra Guru. This is a U. I'm sorry. Pima Siddhi Hung. Guru, that's right. I'm sorry. Om Ahung Vajra Guru Pima Siddhi Hung. Let me just give you a little bit of background about how you can apply this. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I just said, can you imagine doing it 6.4 million times and have it be wrong?
Well, that's exactly. Oops, got to start over. I left out a word, I think. The sun doesn't always radiate the same kind of energy. First thing in the morning, from sunrise to approximately 1 hour afterwards, the sun is radiating primarily X factor. From 1 hour before sunset till after sunset, the sun radiates B factor and a little bit of X. In the hours intervening, the sun is radiating primarily Y factor and Z factor, which are very destructive factors. Yes?
Does that change during daylight savings time?
The time that the sun is going to come up is going to change depending on where you are. For instance, if you were in the Arctic, there are times of the year where the sun is almost always in sort of a low 1 hour away from sunrise or sunset position. Well, at those times, you're going to always be getting X and B. Or, yeah, X and B. Now, why am I giving you this? Well, for instance, if you're meditating first thing in the morning around sunrise, and the sun is emanating X factor, and you're saying this particular prayer, you're setting up a resonance between yourself and the sun. And you're setting up a pathway so that your body, instead of receiving a subconscious amount of X factor, you're going to start to receive many times more than the average person of X factor, so that you begin to accelerate the process of your own evolution. And this is actually a specific type of meditation, where you get up first thing in the morning, you face the sun, and you don't just face it and sort of look at it with your eyes closed. There's a specific way to look at it. When you look at the sun first thing in the morning, sunlight's really different. Yes? Yes?
I have a question. Who's your teacher?
I've had several teachers.
I mean, in the Dzogchen tradition, who's your teacher?
It's not a Dzogchen teacher.
This is a
Toph
Dzogchen.
was my first teacher.
Well, what Tibetan Lama do you study with?
Wasn't a Tibetan Lama.
But this is a Dzogchen Ati Yoga practice you're talking about. And
it's actually older than that.
Oh.
Much
okay.
older.
There are serious prohibitions about giving this practice.
Well, this
You
isn't
do know
a
that.
this isn't a Dzogchen practice.
This is a Dzogchen practice.
Well, but it's older than that.
Okay.
So this is well known outside the Dzogchen
But
community.
you've not practiced with a Dzogchen master, right?
Not a Dzogchen master.
Are you a
that's right.
Buddhist?
I like Buddhism.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to be in my hot tub for the rising sun. Is that okay?
You got a cool house.
I do. Please come.
So, in this technique, there's a certain way to look at the sun. First thing you do is you imagine that the sun is a disk, like a clock. And each of these disks, well, each part of the disk can be separated into 4 parts. And so you begin saying your mantra, Om Ahum Vajra Guru Pima Siddhi Hum, at 12 o'clock. And you say it about this far, about 2 solar disk diameter away from the sun itself. And this is only at sunrise. Don't do this at midday when the sun is pretty bright. And at sunrise, the sun is not going to hurt your eyes. So you say it at each of these stations 5 seconds. So, Om Ahum Vajra Guru Pima Siddhi Hum, you can say it about 2 or 3 times at each station. And then you repeat it at each station. You do that twice. So the whole thing will take you maybe 1 to 2 minutes. Now, I caution you not to do it more than 1 to 2 minutes for the first couple of months. Because what's going to happen is that this factor, this is a universal force. You don't want to take more than a couple minutes of that factor in during the first couple of months. Now, several things are going to happen as you begin to take in this force. What do you think might happen?
Probably sight and vision would become very expanded.
That's true. What else do you think might happen?
You could go blind because you look too directly at the sun. You're not
Actually,
doing
at sunrise, the sun is it's like a candle. It's not going to hurt you. Now, I've been doing this exercise for 18 years, and I have 20/15 vision, so it's not going to hurt you. Don't look at it when the sun is in X and Y factor. That's anywhere between the 2 hours after sunrise and 2 hours before sunset. That will hurt you. That will blind you. Yes?
I would think that your intuitive and your healing abilities would be augmented.
That's true.
Might you have a kind of spiritual experience or
You're going to have
catharsis
experiences. That's right. You're going to have experiences. The first thing you're going to download are those mandala. And they're going to go directly into your subconscious. Those mandala are a little bit like God's instruction manual for your own evolution. They kind of guide you on a higher level as to what you can do with yourself as a spiritual being to evolve past the point where you are. That's the first thing that's going to happen. Second thing is you're going to start to take in sunlight into your body. Okay. Now, once sunlight goes into your body, it starts to transform you. And one of the things that it does is you become more intelligent. You begin to just know stuff out at the top of your head without even understanding how you know it. Your brain starts to wake up dormant areas. In some women, they have breast enhancement, and in some men, they become more virile. Your hair starts to change from gray to different colors. we need to take a break. How long is the break? Half an hour? So we'll pick up again at 4 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and do part 2. As I said earlier, I'm Dr. Mitchell Gibson, and this is part 2 of our presentation. I'm leaving a lot of information out because this is a 2-day seminar that I'm going over. And we're going over a lot in an hour and a half, but I think you're kind of getting a feel for a lot of the information that's been hidden from the public that I don't feel should be hidden from the public as much, because why shouldn't everybody have the opportunity to advance and evolve? It shouldn't just be held in cloistered groups, I believe. So that's why I do this. So you're going to hear some things you probably haven't heard before, and it's designed that way because this information has been put away for over 4,000 years. So there are certain people, and I'm one of them, that believe that it's time to start teaching everybody how to be on the same spiritual plane, wherever that is, and to give them the tools necessary to do that. So it requires somewhat of an open mind. It requires somewhat of a change in your worldview, because a lot of what I'm talking about you're not going to find in books. It is written in books, but those books are not disseminated for the public. I've been given permission to write about some of it and to teach about some of it, but a lot of it has not been released to the public yet. But what I'm talking about, it's okay to release that. Now, do we have any quick questions before I go on to the second part?
Could you interpret the mantra for us?
No.
You can't?
No.
Okay.
Not today. It would take too much time. Yes. But there is an interpretation for it.
Okay. There are a couple questions here about exactly how to perform this thing going around the clock. So,
that's a good question.
As I understand it, we say the mantra once at each of the stations of the clock, but you said something about twice.
Okay. Before I answer that, some people live in climates where you don't see the sun for weeks at a time. Or you may live in a place where, if you're in New York, for instance, you may live in a place where you can't see the sun because you're behind buildings, or you may live in the mountains and the sun may not come up until 2 hours after sunrise. So one thing that you can do is remember that all light comes from one source. And if you light a candle, the candle is going to radiate all the energy that comes out of the sun in a miniature fashion. So you can look at a candle at sunrise at the same time and do the same exercise and get the same effect. Now, I would not look at a candle for the same effect from the hours that I talked about that emanate Y and Z factors, because those factors are destructive. But you can use a candle first thing in the morning between sunrise and an hour after sunrise. Has the same effect. It also has the same effect at sunset. And actually in some of the dark retreat exercises, you use a candle and you don't use sunrise, or you don't use the sun. Was there another question?
The same question she had is, do you stop at each of the stations once or twice? Or?
I'll go over it again. Let's say that this is the sun. Okay? And there are stations around, and you're going to look at it, if this is one disk, so you're going to look at it about that far away from the sun. Okay? And at each point around the sun, you're going to be 2 solar diameters away from the disk of the sun. You're not going to look directly at the sun, at least in the beginning. And you just go around the sun clockwise. And you're going to repeat it twice. Om Ahum Vajra Guru Pima Siddhi Hum. Repeat it here twice, And you go all the way around it. That's one rotation. You repeat it for what's called 2 rotations. Is that clear? Okay.
When you say when you go around, stop at the station or go around the stations, are we moving physically or our eyes
You're only moving your eyes to an imaginary point equivalent to the point of a clock.
Thank you.
Okay? Just your eyes. And you're looking at the sun with your eyes open. At sunrise, it's not going to hurt your eyes. Okay? We'll take one more and then we'll move on.
And the disk, again, is just what you perceive the size of the sun to be when you look at it. Then you just move up 2 times whatever the sun circle is to you.
That's right. That's right. Now, I've been doing this and other more advanced techniques, and believe me, this is a very basic techniques for almost 20 years. So I can look at midday sun in Arizona for an hour and it doesn't hurt my eyes. There are techniques that involve using certain crystals that are attuned to your specific birthplace, date, and time. And there are certain crystals that help you take in specific factors. For instance, an emerald, combined with certain techniques, focuses sunlight for X factor. Okay? If you use a CZ, and you can get CZs in pretty good size. CZs give you B factor, cubic zirconium. They're cheap. You can get them on eBay for $20. Pretty good size ones. Rubies they sort of filter for the evolutionary factor and a little bit for B factor, but mostly for the evolutionary factor. That really speeds up the pace at which your subconscious mind processes spiritual mandala. I don't give those techniques out in classes like this, but there are ways you can use crystals to accelerate that process. There are other crystals that you can use, but we won't go over those today. Okay. X factor is primarily then responsible for the creation of the light body. That's what it does. It's also when you generate your light body, it's something that is existent primarily in the 5th dimension. Now, everybody here already has a light body that's dormant, or a Vajra body that's dormant inside of you. And you also have an analogous form that's dormant inside of the sun. And if you never do these practices, that part of you just remains in the sun. It just remains there. And nothing ever really happens with it. But if you do choose to do these exercises and bring it about, that part of you will begin to grow and communicate with you. But all of us have one of those. Now, the Y factor is another force that we don't work with in groups like this. And it's generated from the 5th dimension, and it creates a desire for what we call self-expression. It's also a force that generates what we call chaos. So it's also called one of the chaos factors. The Y factor is responsible for, among other things, the creation of the human subconscious. In beings in the 5th dimension and above, they don't have a subconscious. Why do you think it's necessary for humans to have a subconscious? Why did God specifically help us create that? Yes.
Oh, connection, I think, to other dimensions, possibly.
I was going to say protection.
Protection, exactly. Protection from what?
Protection from the things that we're defending ourselves against.
Protection from things we need protection against. Yeah. That works almost.
Sorry. I don't feel very articulate with that answer. Anyone else?
I'll give you a hint. It has to do with those mandala we talked about. Yes.
Okay, you were going to start talking and threw me off. I was just going to say protection in the disharmony when we went to self-express.
Okay. There's a man in the back.
It gives us a place to like store the imprints and information that can't be processed in the immediate moment.
That's right. We are being, and that's exactly right. We are being constantly bombarded with billions of bits of data from the sun. In this dimension, we cannot process that. The human conscious mind is only able to process a few bits of data per second. The average person speaks at about 250 to 300 words per minute. Well, if somebody were to speak to you at 1,500 words per minute, you wouldn't understand it. But the sun puts out information that goes much faster than that. That information goes directly into your subconscious and works its way from your deep unconscious to your subconscious to your preconscious over time. In that way, your mind isn't overwhelmed by the information that's made available to it. That only happens in the lower dimension because in the higher dimensions, beings are able to take information directly from the universe and process it very quickly without being overwhelmed. The average human cannot do that. It would just be too much for us. For instance, if you've ever done drugs or alcohol, and I won't even ask that question, but if you've ever done drugs or alcohol, assuming that you've ever done that, and you inhaled, has anybody ever gotten that feeling where they heard a lot of words or saw a lot of color or visions that just came in real fast at the same time? Not that I've ever done that, but has anybody else ever had that experience? Raise your hand if you have. Okay, then you know kind of what I'm talking about. What's happening is that the universe is normally putting out a cacophony of sound and light and words that we're constantly being bombarded with. All of that stuff gets put into the information in your subconscious through the action of Y factor. So it's like a protective mechanism, but protecting us from the universe and the information we're being bombarded with. So you were half right. The Z factor is a self-destructive force that emanates from the fourth dimension, and its primary goal is to make sure that things die. Now, why is it important that things die? Why is it important that beings experience death? Death is sort of a misnomer. It's not real in the way that we think of death, but why do you think it's important? Why do you think God put that into the system? What was the importance of putting that in?
So that we get another chance at evolving the human race, that we come back and evolve?
This is a hard question, so I'm going to give this to you. Because you won't get this one, but you can try. Go ahead.
Things can't stay static. They have to change. And to make room for the new things, the old has to die.
Okay. So let me give you sort of a quick lesson in spiritual mathematics using these forces. You have the X factor and the Y factor and the Z factor and the B factor. These are the only ones we're really going to work with, and a little bit of the A. Now, when a person is alive, there are two factors that keep you alive, that keep you functioning. Those two factors are the X factor and the B factor. Those two factors stored inside the human body keep us alive. We call that life force. Okay? Those two factors are impelled by the action of the A factor. The A factor pushes us into reality and pushes us to take advantage of the life force. Those two factors are balanced by the Y force and the Z force. So you have life on the top, and you have death on the bottom. Does everybody follow me on that? So the life forces are the X and the B. That's another way of looking, a little bit more advanced way of looking at life force. The Y force and the Z force cause death, basically. When a person leaves this world, when a person dies, something unusual happens. When you're born into the world, you're pushed into the world by the action of X and B. As you get older, this number gets larger. So when you're born, this number may be a ratio of 10 to 1, depending on how long you're supposed to live. So if you're supposed to live 80 years, this number might be 80 to 1. But what happens as you get older? Most people don't take advantage of X and B factor. They don't know how to store that in their bodies. So over time, this number goes from 1, because we store up Y and Z, and you don't have to do anything to store up Y and Z. Y and Z factors are stored in food. Certain foods are higher in Y and Z factor than others. The food that has the highest amount of Y factor is pork. And many religions ban pork without really teaching you why. But pork has a very strong destructive life force inside of it. As you get older, you might build up these two forces to where these two forces become even. The moment one outstrips the other, we call that aging, as the forces become imbalanced. And when they become imbalanced to a certain degree, we call that death. The physical body dies. When the physical body dies, it no longer becomes subject in the same degree, because without the physical body, we have nothing to store the Y and Z factors in. So in the process of death, we're basically throwing off Y and Z force. Then we're brought back into the cycle of life by the action of X and B. And we start all over. So that technique was created so we could learn how to tilt the balance in our favor so that eventually we could become immortal. When these two numbers reach a critical mass, they totally cancel out the numbers on the bottom so that your body no longer becomes subject to death. And that's basically what a light body is. It's a physical body that has canceled out all of the effects of the negative universal forces acting on the physical form. I normally take 2 hours to go over that, so you guys are a bright group. What's that?
Just one question about the age factor.
The age factor?
The aging
Yes.
factor. So
We don't talk about the age factor.
So you said we come in with almost the numbers plugged into the formula
That's
already?
Right. We come in with a certain amount that's stored inside the soul.
Does that vary from individual to
It
individual?
varies from individual to individual, depending on certain forces acting on you and certain choices.
Could you just throw out just a few more of the X, Y factors, or they're like pork, what else is there that...
Are there other things? The things that store Y and Z factors are called detritus. Detritus is another word for spiritual debris or negative energy. The thing that has the highest amount of detritus is pork, far and away. Alcohol has a high degree of detritus. Okay. Nicotine has a high degree of detritus. Cemeteries have a high amount of detritus, just the energy in cemeteries, because of the dominance of Z-force there. So they're not good places to build a house. Certain sounds have a high amount of detritus. The sound of cursing, the sound of negative language or negative words have a high amount of detritus in them. That's just a partial list, but you kind of get the idea. Yes?
Pork. Why pork? Do you have an idea?
I don't know. Don't know. Never have known that. Yes?
What about negative words like that come out of depression, as in poor me?
Interestingly enough, if you say certain negative words to plants, they react to it. They know that that negative force is there, and the detritus will begin to have a negative effect on them. People are the same. If you look at a person that, for instance, somebody who's a gothic death metal artist, everybody know what gothic death metal is? It's a really, and this is my personal opinion, it's an awful kind of music where a person intentionally tries to sing like a demon with a really deep, throaty voice, and they cuss a lot. Well, when you talk to those people, I've had a number as clients, they look awful. They age more quickly than normal, and they have usually lifestyles that lead to an early death, like a lot of rap artists, for instance, that use a lot of cursing in their music. When you look at their lives follow the music, in part because of the words that they use. Yes? We're giving you a workout today, aren't we?
What about somebody who works a lot with the ill and dying people? Is that?
Let's not go over that.
You mentioned on immortality, is that a one-time deal? Once it's achieved, then you don't have to work to eliminate those factors, or they don't come back?
That's right. Those factors are totally eliminated forever. Now, you can send a direct emanation back into the world, but that's only a copy of yourself. That's not you. And some Maitreya's or people who become enlightened will do that as an example of what's possible. And once they become enlightened, they send a copy of themselves back into the world to teach people that this is what is possible. The person, Prince Pandji, that I showed you, is an example of a person that did that. The Buddhas are an example of people that have done that. And there have been a number of other people after that. But they're not people in the same way that you and I are. They're copies of a person.
So a bodhisattva would be one almost
Bodhisattva,
has
avatar, Maitreya, same thing.
Okay.
They're copies of the same soul. They come for a specific purpose.
So these copies, are they not subject to detritus, the copies?
They're subject to the same force as any physical body is, but they're created for a specific purpose, and when they dissolve, that person's not coming back. They were created for a specific purpose at a specific time. And the original soul that created them is not in the world. It's only an emanation of that person. They're called Maitreyas or avatars. Okay? Z factor is the dominant factor in the third dimension. Z factor has an important function in that it creates the ego. The ego is a part of the physical form that creates self-expression. Z factor also creates aging, illness, and death. The ego is the part of us that gives us an identity. It's also the part of us that separates us even more from what we understand as God. It says that I'm the only thing that really exists, and maybe God is my invisible buddy, but he's really not real. I'm the only thing that's real. The ego is a part of us that says that. That's an action of the Z-force. Okay. Let's skip this for now. So let's look at what some of these beings in other dimensions look like. And this is taken from a cosmology textbook, which I can't give you the textbook, but I can give you some of the pictures. Now, the first being is what we call a theomorphic being. Theomorphic beings categorize beings that live in the fifth dimension and beyond. Theomorphic beings have no sex. They're not male, they're not female. They're also self-generating. Remember this formula that I just gave you? I'm sorry, x plus b over y and z. Remember that formula? Well, these beings have no y and z force at all. Y factor and Z factor create separation of the sexes. When a person has only X and B factor operating, they become what we call self-generating. What do you think that means?
Immortality?
Immortality, but more than that. It means you can give birth to yourself continuously without the need of parents. So once a person becomes enlightened, and once a person gains fifth dimensional consciousness and gains a light body, that body becomes self-sustaining and self-regenerating. And it never dies because it doesn't have those lower factors that we talked about acting on it. It only has the higher forces acting on it. Theomorphic beings. Now, this is a scale picture of beings from other dimensions. If you notice, let's say this is an average third-dimensional human male and an average third-dimensional human female. Let's say this human male is 6 feet tall. Let's say this human female is about 5'5". Look at this theomorphic being. How much taller? This being may be 8, 9 feet tall. Well, in my interactions with them, that's how big they are, if not bigger, compared to us. Also, there's something different about them that we don't have. If you look at this being and this being and this being, other than size, what do you notice? Yes. Exactly. There's a light around this being, there's a light around this being, but there's none around us because humans don't glow. Human beings, the average normal human being, does not glow. Unless you've gone through the full stages of enlightenment. Have we talked about enlightenment, the stages? Okay. I'm sorry. If a human being has gone through the stages of full enlightenment, then that human being becomes at least theomorphic, at the very least. So let's talk about what those stages are. There are two parts of enlightenment. The first part is called inner enlightenment. The human soul is a roughly gem-shaped object that has 617 facets. It looks like a diamond, and it has different colors depending on the age and the evolution of the soul. So it might look something like this. Okay, but at the moment of inner enlightenment, the soul becomes spherical and looks like a pearl. The soul also becomes immortalized so that the person is no longer subject to the force of reincarnation. They change the soul enough so that the Y and Z forces no longer act on them in a certain way. So the soul can't be drawn back into what we call samsara. Samsara is a Hindu word or Sanskrit word that refers to reincarnation. Samsara is that cycle that the Y and Z force create so that a person dies and comes back, dies and comes back. If a person goes through inner enlightenment, they don't have to come back. Now, inner enlightenment is only the beginning of the process. If a person continues certain practices, they go through what we call outer enlightenment. And outer enlightenment has 4 stages. The first stage is called, well, these aren't necessarily sequential. Or gnosis. In the first stage, a person that is going through the process of outer enlightenment, their body begins to be nourished by the energy of the universe directly. They don't need to eat. They may eat because they like to, but they don't have to. That's called inedia. And there have been literally thousands of instances of people throughout history that have demonstrated not needing to eat or drink anything. That's because they get all of their energy from the universe itself. And we are bathed in a universe that's full of energy. But because our bodies are devolved to the point that we become solid beings, we have to take in solid matter to maintain the body. The next thing that happens is that the body begins to give off light, which is why we led to this discussion. The body gives off light because the soul begins to take in energy from the universe and begins to heal itself. It begins the process of starting self-regeneration so that it no longer needs parents to be born into the world. A normal soul needs the action of a mother and father to be born into the world. If you remember stories about ancient legends of people who were enlightened, often they were placed directly into a mother, or sometimes they just sprang fully born out of nowhere. That's because of the action of X and B factor. The aura means that the soul becomes self-generating. It gives off light. It can heal. It can raise people from the dead, that sort of thing. Laetitia is also important. If you look very closely at this diagram, you'll notice that this man's feet are planted on what's kind of loosely associated with the ground, that little line there. These beings are floating. Very subtle, but you kind of see that if you notice. The woman as well. That's because of the action of Laetitia. These beings are no longer subject to the forces that human bodies or physical forms are subject to. They can float. So when you see a primordial being or a being that has evolved to the point of full enlightenment, they can float. And the last thing is logi or gnosis. They just know everything. You can ask them anything and they'll know everything because they're connected directly into the mind of God. And it's more than music, the mind of God. Okay. The diffusion factors, we're not talking about the H factor, but the Z factors, once a person dies, begin to pull the body apart. So in a normal person who hasn't done any spiritual practices, when a person is placed in the ground or whatever, the body begins to decay. And the person can either continue to decay and go back on the wheel of reincarnation, or that person can go into what we call the first dimension, which is being broken down into very small, discrete bits of matter that is very difficult for that matter to come back into the universe. Now, this is a fifth dimensional being, theomorphic, roughly 8 to 9, 10 feet tall, sometimes bigger. This is the first being that I experienced from the spiritual world. This being's name was Tall, in the instance that I experienced. There are also beings that are living in the fourth dimension. A fourth dimensional being is a hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodites in the fourth dimension have male and female characteristics. They sort of look like a perfect cross between men and women. They have breasts, and they can be subtle breasts, or they can be larger breasts. And they have a penis and they have a vagina. They have all the sexes combined. But they can also self-fertilize. They can have babies by themselves. So they can get themselves pregnant. They don't need other sexes because they combine both sexes. They don't need another fourth dimensional being to create a child. But they have to have sex, either with themselves or voluntarily with another fourth dimensional being. Fifth dimensional beings don't need sex. They can just think about it and emanate another being, a copy of themselves. And this is due to the force of the early Z factor and the Y factor combined. In human beings, actually, let me also mention that in the fourth dimension is where the unconscious begins to create itself. These beings in this dimension have no subconscious or unconscious. Fourth dimensional beings have an unconscious but no subconscious. The difference being, and it's sort of challenging to explain it quickly, but the subconscious is a part where we store information that would otherwise overwhelm us. In the unconscious, God communicates with us directly, without an intermediary. In the fourth dimension, these beings can still communicate with God, but it's relegated to the unconscious. So they still have a lot of power. They still have a lot of evolutionary energy that we don't have access to. And they tend to be larger. They're called dark beings because when you look at them, their aura has sort of it's light, but it can be a specific color like red or green or blue. Whereas theomorphic beings, they tend to be white or gold. In the hermaphroditic fourth dimensional beings, the aura takes on a specific color, usually one of the primary colors, depending on the nature of the being. In the third dimension, which is where we are in the spiritual world, the bad neighborhood, the sexes become split so that they're no longer hermaphroditic or theomorphic, and in order to have children, we have to have sex. And in this dimension, men look different than women, and they also have different physical characteristics. In the second dimension, people take on somewhat of a transparent appearance. They have, we call them ghosts or spirits. They don't have a physical body anymore. They still have a form that you can relate to and that you can see. And we'll talk more in detail about the second dimension in a little bit. In the first dimension, the best way to imagine that is just little tiny sparks of light where beings are polarized as positive and negative entities. Okay? Any quick questions about that? That always generates questions. So.
I know a lot of people that have experienced spirit guides in both negative and positive experiences. And I'm wondering if these experiences, which I've never seen this before, I've never really considered the second dimension, and if there's a possible negative force there as opposed to the higher that you ascend into greater consciousness of fourth, fifth dimension and beyond, it seems that you're moving toward ultimate purity. But
That's right.
But I'm wondering if the negativity, so-called, of these spirit guides, and I know some people with some very bad experiences, I'm wondering if that comes from, where that comes from, if it could be in the second dimension.
In my experience, most spirit guides are second dimensional. That doesn't mean that all spirit guides are second dimensional, but as a psychiatrist, I've seen a lot of people. And because I have somewhat of a spiritual open mind, I get a lot of people that believe they're being guided by spirits. And when I talk to the person and when I look at the spirit, I can see who the spirit is pretending to be and who the spirit really is. And I would say 9 times out of 10, the spirit is pretending to be something they're not. Because I can see through the spirit and I can see that they don't have any of the theomorphic characteristics I would expect to see in a higher being. They're just dead people pretending to be something they're not. Once in a while, I will see a theomorphic being attached to a person, but theomorphic beings don't attach to humans primarily. They will guide a human from a distance, or they appear for a specific amount of time, and then they'll leave that human to make a choice, but they don't usually attach to a person and tell you what to do day after day. A sign that it's an attaching spirit or a negative spirit is that they stay with you and they try to force you to do something, or they become almost belligerent, or they attach to a certain part of your body. Theomorphic beings don't attach to human beings. They just don't do that. Negative spirits or second dimensional spirits will almost always attach in order to guide you. Big difference. Another question over here?
When you were talking about the aura and not needing, like they can just be placed inside, birth themselves almost, I guess you were saying. And I was thinking about Christ. We talk about the Virgin Mary, and I was wondering, is that what's happening? I'm kind of confused there.
That legend about Christ is not only true for Christ, but also true for a number of spiritual leaders, where they are essentially introduced directly into a mother. That is true of a number, and I can think of a number of legends where beings were directly emanated into a person or were directly brought forth from another human. But Christ is one of those myths or legends that it's associated with. But there have been a number of others. We'll take one more and then we'll move on.
Back to the light, the first dimension?
Yes.
You said light beings?
No, particles of light.
Okay, particles of light.
Yes.
Do you include the orbs in that or not?
No, the orbs are primarily second dimensional. We'll take one more and then we'll go on.
I wanted to ask you about the symbol that you drew for the pearl for inner enlightenment. And you put little rays coming out at 4 quadrants. Were you just elaborating on that, or is that something else?
It points to the fact that the soul becomes not subject to reincarnation.
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about the specific thing you drew on the board. You drew a circle and you drew rays coming out at 4.
That points to the fact that it's no longer subject to reincarnation.
I understand, but is that a symbol that is that you've seen elsewhere?
It's a Christology symbol, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Good pickup. This is another symbol from a Christology textbook. Should I go over this? No. Let's talk about the first, because I could spend an hour on that, and we don't have an hour. Let's talk about the first dimension. The first dimension is a dimension that is characterized by chaos and complete unconsciousness. Now, as I talk about each of these dimensions, we all have an aspect that lives in all of these dimensions. Don't think of yourself as being separate from these dimensions. Think of yourself as being continuous with all of these dimensions. Because all of us have a continuous nature. It's a misnomer. It's incorrect to think of yourself as just existing in the third dimension. We all exist as a multidimensional entity. So when you look at the first dimension is dominated by the A factor. Remember that factor that pushes beings away from God? The ultimate result of the A factor is to push beings so far away from God that they have to come back. And so the first dimension is the last place that a being can exist as what we would call an entity. But it's completely unconscious of itself. It doesn't know itself for what it is in the first dimension. Now, when we first come into the universe, we come into the universe as small, unconscious particles of energy. And those unconscious particles of energy have to go through something to experience life. What drives their ability to make or to experience reality? choice. We start out in the first dimension as unconscious particles. We begin to make unconscious choices, choices we're not aware of. And even now, most of our choices in the third dimension are still unconscious. 9 out of 10 thoughts that we have, we don't remember and we don't understand when they happened or why. In the first dimension, 100% of the time, we're not aware of our thoughts. But choice is what compels us to evolve. In the first dimension, consciousness, or the soul, begins to try to go back to God, or it starts to make the process of incarnation. Now, we don't start out directly as humans. Becoming a human is a privilege. It's a privilege of making a lot of good choices. So let's take this little bitty soul. It starts out as a first dimensional little particle of light. The first thing that it's going to do, and let's just simplify the discussion, is it's going to take on the simplest form of life that it can become. It becomes a virus or a bacterium. Now, viruses are millions of times smaller than bacteria, but for the sake of our discussion, let's just put them in the same group. Okay? Now, these are unconscious choices. This particle, being pure life force, can very easily form these simple life forms. The next thing it will do is it will become a multicelled organism or protozoan. Still not human, but it is evolving rapidly. Now, this process can happen in a few days. So it can be very quick, or it can take thousands of years to happen depending on the soul. Then it can become a plant or a mineral. Plants and minerals are alive. They have life force inside of them. And then it can make the jump to become a higher animal. How does it make that jump? What would you guess?
Some sort of intention?
Yes. How does it make that jump? You're going to kick yourselves when I tell you.
I was just wondering if it was moving from the first dimension to the second dimension.
Well, it doesn't require that move. I'll tell you. It has to be consumed. So the plant is eaten by a lower animal, or the plant is eaten, or the mineral is eaten. How does a mineral get eaten? Your food contains minerals. Plants contain minerals, et cetera, et cetera. So the higher animal might be a cow, or it might be a dog, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Or it might be any type of lower animal, but it has to be consumed. From that state, the soul makes a tremendous evolutionary leap, a quantum leap, basically. And that's how souls get to evolve. It's still not human. So then how can it get to be human? It can be consumed. We can eat that cow. And because we ate that cow, through the law of resonance, that cow's energy that started out as a particle now begins to resonate with human energy. That particle now gets a chance to become human. The other way is if you kill that animal. If you kill an animal, that animal gets a right to become human. Any animal that you kill, that a human kills. There's another way. Yes.
Through companionship? Loving the animal through companionship?
If the animal dies in the presence of a human that loves it. That's exactly right. That animal gets to evolve. So if you buy a monkey and you love that monkey, let's say the monkey's name is Bubbles, for instance, and Bubbles dies in your presence, then Bubbles gets to be human next time. Or for some reason you consume Bubbles, Bubbles gets to be human. Now, how do humans get to be the next level? Light beings. Well, you can't consume a light being, can't do that. And you can't kill one. Yes?
Doctor, I'm sorry, I just had a quick question. The implication seems to be that you can't go from plant mineral to human.
You can't make that jump directly, no.
So, if you have to consume a higher animal in order to become human, but you have other alternatives, you can kill it or you can be in its presence when it dies, it kind of limits you, it limits vegetarians, for instance.
Vegetarian humans?
Yes. Oh, I'm seeing it back.
Yeah, the question I have is this a guided process?
Yes, there are beings that are responsible for this.
Just a quick question. Is there any repercussions of an animal killing and eating a human?
Of animals killing human? Yes. Are there any implications?
Yes.
What do you think?
Well, part of me thinks it's a negative connotation, but I'm not sure.
No.
They go up the chain also?
Mm-hmm. They get to move up.
All right.
That animal gets to become human. In the same way that, well, the animal gets to become human. Yes.
What is your source for this information?
What is my source? Let's talk about my sources. Can I erase this? Actually, we haven't finished this question. Let's finish that question and we'll go over to sources. So how does a human become a light being, getting itself into the next rung of this ladder? Yes.
What I don't know, what I follow myself flowing into is that there's some kind of awareness, there's some kind of process or guide occurring. I mean, somewhere along the line, an awareness of moving to the next level, or wanting to move to the next level must begin to occur. So if we're going to move into the human, to that next level of lightness, then something's happening that there's a desire to, that I'm working toward. Somehow I'm aware of the need to or something.
That's right. That's right. So how do humans move? It takes more than desire.
So you're saying, other than like going through your karmic wheel, you had to basically go from element all the way up through the soul consciousness of the food chain, in a sense, to evolve through that before we can become human.
Every one of the humans in this room has been through this.
Okay.
That's how we got here, unless you're a direct emanation.
Do we evolve through enhancing the X and B factors?
How do you
into light beings?
How do you do that?
Well, through the technique you gave us and various other things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of this seminar, to help human beings go from here to here. Most of us are stuck right here and going back and forth between the animal and the human kingdom. There's another choice out there. So one thing that you can do specifically is solar yoga, the beginning of which is, the first practice of which is what I gave you.
I imagine the other is, as the animal, did you sacrifice yourself to the higher or surrender to the higher?
No, not quite. There are a lot of people that used to believe that. The difficulty with that is you throw yourself back several notches. That's a form of suicide. That actually builds up detritus in your mind from a lot of negative energy you bring on yourself.
I was thinking the crucifixion.
Crucifying yourself?
The crucifixion of Jesus, was that a surrender to the higher?
That's a long discussion.
Okay.
That's a very long discussion. But let's talk about the ways you can evolve yourself from being human to light beings. We talked about solar yoga. There are specific mantras. Solar yoga involves taking in sunlight in a specific way at a specific time, using specific yoga positions or mudras. Does everybody know what a mudra is? A mudra is movement of the hands. Sometimes you can combine a mudra with the movement of the body while looking at sunlight in a certain way, and it causes the transformation. Another is a mantra. There are specific mantras that you can get that will transform your body simply by saying them, one of which is the one I gave you. But you have to combine that one with some solar yoga techniques. There are also words of power. A word of power is basically a force of nature that sounds like a word. And a word of power can transform a human directly. And the last way that we talked about a little bit is called the paradosis, where you take the energy from someone who has gone through the transformation and they put the energy inside of you. And it starts a catalytic process that just runs itself like a computer program. It's like they download the necessary information into you, and it causes a transformation. It's called the paradosis. Does everybody have all these? Yes.
Does the paradosis, it comes from another light being? Is that what you said?
Yes.
It has to be downloaded by another light being?
Yes.
Okay.
That being has to touch you in order to do that.
And so the paradosis is like dissension of grace or Shaktipat.
That's right. That's right. Or God himself can do that for a person. In the case of Jesus, he had the paranosis through John the Baptist, but God was inhabiting John the Baptist's body at that time. So it wasn't just John, it was God. So where am I? Yes.
And can you give us some examples of the words of power?
No. Can't do that. Next question.
Can we move to sources now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Has everybody got this? There are a number of sources. The biggest one actually comes from the sun. And there's a race of beings that once a human's intelligence evolves to a certain point, they become aware that that human is evolving. It's much like if a dog came up to you and asked you for $1. You would take notice of that dog. You would treat that dog differently than you would its neighbor that didn't ask you for that $1. That race is called the Bastaga. Vistaga are an extremely advanced race of beings that monitor human evolution. And they begin to communicate with humans through the sun once a human learns certain solo yoga techniques. I've had several masters, one of which was a lady by the name of Indira Devi, who was the emanation of the direct avatar of the goddess Lakshmi. That's the only one I can really talk about in public. Also, through certain Christology texts, you might have noticed that some of the slides I'm showing you look like they're taken out of a textbook. Those texts are not distributed to the average public. They are not disseminated, let's put it that way. They're forbidden, so to speak. But certain things I'm now allowed to teach because, well, I also left out Thoth, but actually he prefers the Janti. Those are some of my sources, not all of them, but some of them. Yes?
What is Kosalarji? What is that? Number 3 up there.
Were you at the first lecture earlier today?
No.
Okay. Cosmology is a short for cosmic solar logos, which is an ancient science that teaches that the sun and the universe are connected through a series of informational or universal forces. There are texts written about cosmology, hundreds of them. And it's primarily a science that was initiated about 4,000 years ago, propagated through oral transmission initially, and then through Gnostic texts, and then through Christology texts. But a good source of information is, if you really want to get a good answer to a question, you can go get up in the morning around sunrise and ask a question directly from the sun, and the sun will give you an answer. Now, the answer will go almost immediately into your subconscious, actually first into your unconscious. And from your unconscious, that answer will gradually work its way up into your conscious mind. But most people won't listen to that answer. They'll kind of ignore it or block it out. Or the answer sometimes will not be direct. It will be through a book passage, or someone will tell you. Or you'll be sitting at a mall or something, and someone just comes up to you and starts talking, giving you the information that you need, but sometimes you don't listen. So information is propagated not in the way that you might expect throughout the universe, but an aware individual becomes aware that God speaks in mysterious ways. Does that answer your question? Okay.
I have a question. Doctor, please.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think this information is suppressed?
I think for several reasons. For one, for a very long time, the church was afraid that if people had certain information about the Bible, they wouldn't tithe, and that they wouldn't be afraid of the afterlife. And so the information about the afterlife, Christianity teaches almost nothing about that. And I'm pointing out Christianity because it's the dominant religion on this planet. So I would say the first reason is fear. The second reason is that the people, the masses that have the information, understand that the masses have not been educated, let's say, spiritually. And at this time, people in this room, you have a greater spiritual education than almost anybody that's lived before you. 100 years ago, 9 times out of 10, if you met a person on the street, that person couldn't read. Right now, about 70% of the people in this country can read. 500 years ago, only nobility and the educated elite could read. So 500 years ago, you couldn't pick up a copy of the Bible at a bookstore and read it. You had to go into a square and somebody would read the Bible on certain days, and you had to pay to hear that Bible being read. So information like this, of necessity, went underground. because the average person was not given even basic spiritual education.
So then you're saying this information is Bible-based?
No, didn't say that.
Then please clarify.
I'm not sure of your question.
Well, you were responding to why this information is suppressed, and you
Primarily fear.
Okay.
Okay, not to backtrack too much, but what I'm saying, okay, you're saying the beings that actually watch us evolve from rock, let's say up to President Bush, have never, let's say have never ever had to have an organic experience in order to oversee us. Say that they've never been in a body or in an organic experience.
That's right.
Okay,
they were just not human either.
Okay.
I've been reading a lot about Atlantis, and that was an ancient civilization, and I wondered if any of this information came from them down through the other civilizations.
It didn't come from Atlantis, it came from God.
Right.
And it was given in text form and oral form for centuries, and it's gradually now being released. But it came from God.
Right, of course, but did Atlantis have some part of this knowledge?
Yes.
Yeah, that was.
Yes.
I have two quick questions. The first, can you go from the third dimension to the fifth without going through the fourth?
Yes.
Okay, good. And the second one, maybe you already explained this about the individuality of the soul. I'm a little confused. Does the spark have the potential of the allness all the way through the first dimension in it from the very beginning?
That's right, it does.
And if an animal is eaten by a human and then becomes a human, he must be
the opportunity to become human. Yes.
But a different human than the one that eats him.
Yes.
Because his soul. So if there is in the third dimension a male and a female, each have their own individual souls.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Do you think any of this is from Egypt with Ankh-Naten and I get that image of the sun and the Ankh, the information seemingly coming?
Egyptian priests knew a lot of this, yes, they did. Let's move on just a little bit, and we'll stop at about 10 minutes and take questions. And we'll do that? Okay. The second dimension is called the spiritual underworld, and it's a dimension where after a person dies, they begin to take on a sort of a distorted understanding of the universe. Let's go in that in a little bit of detail. The second dimension is the place where ghosts, attaching spirits, and what we call lower class demons exist. Does everybody know what I mean by attaching spirits? Does anybody not know what I mean by that? Okay, an attaching spirit is a person who has passed and chooses to attach to a human being. Now, they might do that for any number of reasons. They might attach because they like that person. They might attach because that person drinks and they like to drink, or that person smokes and they like to smoke. Or they might attach that person out of some positive emotion. They might really love that person. Or they might attach because that person is somebody they hate and they want to kill them. There are specific places that attaching spirits like to attach. The most common place is the back of the head. The next most common place is the liver. The next most common place is anywhere along the GI system or the GI tract. And then the joints. When I look at a person, or when a person with the sight looks at attaching spirits, you can almost always find them in one of those areas. Also, I left out one, in the heart. Also, the second dimension is the origin of our various interpretations of what we call hell and heaven, or hell or purgatory. In the second dimension, you can find any of the heavens you want to look for, the Buddhist heaven, the Christian heaven, the Hindu heaven, all of them. That's not heaven. It looks like heaven, it feels like heaven, but it's not the same because it's in the second dimension. It's what our minds have conceived of as heaven or hell or whatever, and it's what we project into that dimension. It feels real because it's a dimension of thought. Harry Potter lives in the second dimension. And interestingly, if you talk to an author that really writes a lot, they will tell you that they can visit their characters, and their characters will tell them what's going on with the story. Like Dickens was very famous for talking to his characters, and he would get storylines or plots from his characters because they would say, oh, my character would never do that, or he's not doing this. And he would see his characters having dinner with them, and they would have long discussions about what's going on in their lives. When you learn how to astral travel and control it, one of the things you can do is you can visit Harry Potter's world. You can visit any of the worlds that you read about, and you can see they're real places. They're second dimensional places, but they're real places. Third dimension, well, that's kind of where we live. But it's not the only place we live, but it's the main dimension that we focus on and that we're aware of. It's a dimension that's subject to change in a very rapid sense. Also is subject to fate, illness, and death. It's one of the few dimensions where a being can die very quickly. As I said, in the fifth dimension and above, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and above, beings don't die. In the fourth dimension, a being can die, but they're subject to much longer lifespan, tens of thousands of years versus in our dimension, a being, if it's lucky, might live to be 100 years old. In the third dimension, as we talked about earlier, the Z factor is prominent. It's also the dimension where we take in most of what goes on around us through our physical senses. We don't take in much information directly. The human mind is capable of taking in a great deal of information directly from the universe, except most of us have forgotten how to do that. We've forgotten that the universe transmits everything that needs to be known directly through the sun at all times. And that since the sun has been transmitting for millions of years, that information totally surrounds us. There are certain techniques that you can learn that you can use to absorb that information and sort of use it consciously for yourself. The fourth dimension is what we call a generated state of existence. In this dimension, something called intellect takes over. Now I need to explain what that is. Let's start with this very simplistic interpretation of God. Okay? From that, we get four emanations, what we call consciousness, beingness, intellect, and form. Now, these four things are parts of what we call the higher mind. They are very real things. They're not just theosophical or theoretical constructs. We all have a part of us that instead of measuring its IQ in 2 or 3 digits, can be measured in multiple digits, 8, 9, 10 digits. For lack of a better term, for just the sake of our discussion, let's just call that the higher mind. Each of these parts of our higher mind breaks itself down when we come into the physical form. What do you think we call those? Chakras. Each chakra is responsible for creating a certain part of the physical body under the direction of our higher mind. So the light form or the light body doesn't have chakras. It has what we call force centers. Each of these 4 centers carries what we call impersonal energy or impersonal information. It comes directly from God. Impersonal because this energy has no ego. It's perfect energy. By the time it gets to the 3rd dimension, it's broken down into a system of chakras. And our chakras are, for the most part, closed or almost closed. Because once our chakras start taking in energy from the higher dimensions, we start developing a connection with the higher mind. So, the 1st and 2nd chakras have certain functions. They create the lower organs in the body, the sexual organs, the organs that regenerate us, etc., etc. The 3rd and 4th chakras have also similar functions that we are all familiar with. Each of the chakras are the way that the body steps down, or that God steps down information into the physical form. A good example that one of my teachers told me about was that if you need to get electricity into your house, you don't plug your home stereo system into the main generator at Arizona Power Company. What you do is you have the electricity step down to transformers, et cetera, and gradually it gets into your house. And maybe a little transformer in front of your house that takes it to your fuse box that then distributes it to your house. The same thing happens in our physical bodies. Instead of getting energy directly from God, there's a series of step-down transformers or steps that take the energy and break it up so that it doesn't overwhelm us all at one time. We're not going to be able to get through all this. So let me just jump forward a couple of slides. Because we're going to need to stop for questions too. Like I said, this is a 2-day seminar, and I don't have time to go through all of them. But I think this was important. At the moment of death in the physical body, the Z factor acts on the body and separates the soul and the body and forces the soul into the 2nd dimension. Consciousness is then drawn into a 2-dimensional form, and what we call a ghost is created. A ghost is a copy of the physical body. There's a residual self-image that is formed. And this happens to 90% of people at the moment of death. The action of Z factor separates the body and the soul, forming a 2-dimensional copy of the body that we call a ghost. This is a good example, a good diagram about where we are in relation to the rest of the universe as far as the soul, as far as the dimensions. If you look at the sun here, the sun is not a 3rd-dimensional entity, at least the sun that we're talking about. The sun derives most of its energy from the 5th dimension and emanates a lot of radiation and energy into the 3rd dimension. But the sun proper is a 5th-dimensional entity. We're way down here in the bad neighborhood part in the 3rd dimension. Where all the real action goes on in the universe is the 5th dimension and higher. From the 2nd dimension, a ghost may choose to become dormant. If a ghost chooses to become dormant, it will continue to be acted upon by the Z factor and be broken down into its constituent parts, those little light particles we talked about, and start the process of going through that whole cycle that we talked about earlier, viruses, plants, minerals, etc. A person can choose that. Also, a 2nd-dimensional ghost form may choose to attach to a physical person, place, or thing. And this attachment can go on for hundreds or even thousands of years. A second dimensional form may also choose to reincarnate into the third dimension. That's what most people choose to do. It's not the only choice available, but that's what most people choose to do. When a human becomes more aware of their spiritual choices, they can take advantage of the various forms of X factor that we talked about earlier that are within this world, and that X factor can transform the human and the human soul into something that is no longer just mortal, that can become something that is a crystalline light structure that is immortal. Once that person dies, then that person takes advantage of the X factor, and the soul and the body, if the person goes through the entire process, the person becomes enlightened and the soul takes the body into the fifth dimension. Or if the person has only started the process, the soul itself enters the fifth dimension and is born as a theomorphic being, an unenlightened theomorphic being, and usually will have enlightened parents, and will finish the process, which is much easier in the fifth dimension. From the fifth dimension, the soul can then take advantage of the B factor, and from the B factor it can move into the ninth dimension. Once the soul enters the fifth dimension, takes advantage of the B factor and goes into the ninth dimension, it cannot reincarnate. It will usually not also take a direct emanation. We'll stop right here and take some, we got about 50 more slides, but we won't be able to get through all of them.
I have a question.
I have about 60 or 70 books on Kosology written on this, but I can't give them out. But I can give some of the information out. And there's a book I'm writing called The Body of Light that summarizes all of this that'll come out in October. There really isn't a good book that has this information that I've seen, and believe me, I've looked. It's just not disseminated. Yes?
I'm wondering if, from your knowledge of psychiatry and this, someone with a multiple personality disorder has something from the second dimension?
Usually attaching spirits.
Attaching spirits.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea of how to work with them?
Yes.
Could you tell me?
I'll give you a case that I just did before I came here last week. I was working with a man who had a voice in his head that was telling him to cut his throat. And the voice had been there for a few weeks. And when he came in, I could see the attaching spirit, but the spirit wouldn't talk to me. When it did talk to me, it would curse me out, and was very foul and violent with the cursing. So I did a couple of things, and the spirit calmed down, and I asked the spirit to talk to me. And the spirit was that of a slave who had been killed by its master. And I said, why did the master kill you? Because the slave said that the master was having sex with the slave's wife, and the slave was forced to watch. And so the slave got angry and started to try to beat the master and kill him. And the master had the slave shot. Well, the master had reincarnated as my patient. And the slave was still attached to him. And so I said a couple of words and showed the slave his family, his wife and his daughter, and I showed him that they were dead. And then a couple other things, and he agreed to leave the man, and he went into the light to be with his wife and his daughter. And the man's voice stopped, and he felt better. And he's been better since. And I've done hundreds of cases like that, and they don't usually come back.
Discuss this. What is the good? I once was told by somebody that my first chakra was wide open and it shouldn't be. And you made a comment about chakras being closed. So could you discuss this?
Well, chakras look a lot like balls of light, except they're slowly spinning. And in the average human, when I look at a human or an average person, the chakra is slowly spinning counterclockwise, very slowly. And there's a little center area in there that's dark that it's spinning around. And that's the connection with the impersonal mind. And that usually is very small. As a person's chakra becomes enlightened, as they begin to evolve, the chakra starts spinning clockwise. It reverses direction. And that ball, that little dark space in the center, becomes bright. So that instead of spinning very slowly, it starts spinning faster and faster, and it becomes lighter. It's no longer just a small self-luminous ball of light, it becomes almost too bright to look at. But in the average human, it spins very slowly, and it's very low energy in comparison to what it will be after the person emanates more energy. So open and close is a relative term.
History, when did you first become involved? Was there a spiritual experience you had at a certain age?
When I was 6.
And when did you first come into contact with other dimensional beings?
When I was 6.
So it's been a long time.
Yeah. Thank you folks for coming, and thank you.
It's a delightful and enigmatic Neolithic stone circle. It's similar to many found all over this western tip of England in Cornwall. Enigmatic it may be, peaceful, enchanting even. But why are they here? It's a question that's puzzled us all for centuries. And it's a question that brought a team of specialists here to this site on a beautiful but cold and windy October day 2003. The aim was to make a program exploring Earth energies that we could show to broadcast television companies to try to get a commission for a series. You'll see the pilot for that program later on this tape, but before that we'll show you interviews with each of the Spirit of the Serpent team. Those of us who've got together to explore the Earth energy at these sacred sites are all experts in our own particular subject, but not all, as you might expect, in archaeology or history. What we all have in common is our desire to understand the relevance of Earth energy at these sites and to try to understand how the ancients interacted with it. The Spirit of the Serpent team is made up of Hamish Miller. He's a dowser, metal sculptor, author, and world-leading expert on Earth energy. He's appeared on television, talked on radio, and lectured in Europe, America, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. He's currently researching Maori knowledge of Earth energy. Jim Lyons works in a research capacity at York University. He holds degrees in physics and engineering, and as a member of the British Society of Dowsers, undertakes research into the geo- and biophysics of Earth energies with particular interest in the mechanism of dowsing based on quantum ideas in consciousness. Quantum physics being the physics of energy and matter. Julie Soskin is a sensitive, or what people sometimes call a psychic or medium. As a sensitive, she gathers insights from places or people. She's the author of 6 books, researching a PhD in psychospiritual studies, and in 1996 she founded the School of Insight and Intuition in London. Bar Russell is partner to Hamish and spent 30 years as a practicing physiotherapist and healer. For the last 2 decades, she's worked in the field of dowsing and earth energy with particular interest in its effects on the environment. And finally me, Rupert Soskin. I originally qualified in art and design, but I've spent my life studying the natural world. Most of my time these days is spent leading walking parties to explore man's relationship with the earth and nature. So that's the team. As we'll see, earth energies play a major part in the location of these sites, but just how big a part is what we're trying to find out. Coming up later, you'll have a chance to see the first ever program we made under the title of The Spirit of the Serpent, when as a team we got together for the first time to explore earth energies at a sacred site. But now, let's meet each of the team to understand why they became involved with this project and what each of us has to offer in this exploration. We'll start with an interview with Hamish Miller. When he was in his 50s, Hamish was an award-winning entrepreneur running his own furniture-making business, but his life changed abruptly when he was taken into hospital for emergency surgery.
The first thing I was aware of later on was looking up and seeing the surgeon and hearing him say, "Pity you were too late, chaps." And he took off his mask and went off. And I was a bit concerned because I had all my faculties were still there. And then I became aware that I wasn't looking at the surgeon from the operating table, but I was way above looking down. And he was chatting, and they were closing the place up and putting lights out and all that sort of thing. And I had this incredible experience of moving up into a misty sort of area and then becoming aware that I was in a tunnel. And it was totally peaceful. It was a place of absolute compassion, of understanding, of no coercion to do anything at all. And I became aware actually that I wasn't me. I was a long tube with rounded ends, and this tunnel started to form around the mist. And as soon as I was aware of that, the tube started to move up the tunnel. There was a vague light at the end. And it came to rest just at the end of the tunnel. And I got out. I was no longer the tube. I was a sort of virtual baby in nappies, if you like. A symbol of total innocence, but completely without fear, and very curious about the light. And then this experience starts getting trite, because I didn't really have the language to describe it. But I got out and I went into this area of lighter area, which was sort of floored like alabaster marble and vague colours and movements and there were beings, not that I could see, but that I was aware of. And they were completely compassionate, loving, incredibly caring beings. And they said, this is the entrance to, and the wording is difficult here, the entrance to the level of life, if you like. These are our concepts, and these are some of our concepts. And if you feel that you if you can contribute to them, or even if you can understand them, you're welcome to come in. But they actually gave me all the experiences of all my lifetimes to make the decision whether to come in. And I looked at these concepts, and frankly, I didn't understand them. I thought, I just don't know enough. And I said to these, not said, but communicated to these amazing beings, I think I ought to go back. And then I was aware for the first time of the huge humour that's in the universe, and there was a sort of chuckle of appreciation. And the voices in unison said, "We think you should." So I did. I got back into the tube and went hurtling down the tunnel, knowing that at the end of it, and the visual thing was shards of glass that I was going to have to go through and pain. And in the event, I just went through with no pain at all. And the next thing I knew was a voice shouting, "Mr. Miller, are you in there?" And I wanted to communicate all this to where I'd been and what had happened, what a wonderful thing it was. So, having come back into my body, I came back with a completely new set of values. All the values I'd had before, all the important things that I seemed to be doing before were just a nonsense. And I was just so glad to be alive and be capable of appreciating what we have here, of sounds and people and colours and flowers and growing things. And it was a fundamentally life-changing experience. And the other big thing is I came back completely without fear of anything, because once you're not afraid of death, there's not much point in being afraid of anything else. And I decided that what I was doing was not very satisfying, so I came down to Cornwall and I went down here because I knew there was something down. I'd been pulled down here for years. Very shortly after I moved down here, there's a clairvoyant walked around the corner, didn't know who he was. And he stopped and he looked at me and he said, are you involved in healing? And I said, no, I didn't know what healing was. And he said, well, you should be. And he said, he talked about healing and the National Federation and the way people can be healed. And I thought, this is a real nutter. And he said, well, come up the hill, walk up the hill. And we walked up to the top of Tren Crom Hill, and he said, you ought to be involved in healing people, but he said, you have to be involved with healing the earth. And I backed off a bit, and I thought, well, you know, who is this guy, and what is this about? And he said, the earth energy center of this hill is here, and that's why you've been drawn to the hill. And we came back down, and I thanked him, and I said goodbye, and I thought, this Cornwall is full of strange people. And it just went on the back burner. And then shortly after that, there was an advertisement for a talk by Colin Bloy, who was using dowsing and healing. And I was certainly interested in the healing bit, and I was intrigued by the dowsing bit, so I went along to that. It was in Devon. And he was demonstrating this dowsing technique and healing technique and using dowsing to find out where things were wrong. And then he started talking about the energy in the land and the energy that the old Templars had left in various places and the extraordinary manifestations that he could pick up on land and the energy from the stones. And I went up to him at the end and said, can you point me to a dowser in Cornwall, because I'd love to work with the stones and dowse them. And he said, do it yourself. I walked away. And I felt totally rejected. And of course he was right, because he opened this door to me, and it was a few months later that I went into the forest and I whacked out one of these big dowsing rods that were around somewhere. And I very tentatively walked across the garden here and said, is there an energy line between Tren Crom Hill and St Michael's Mount? And I got this very, very faint reaction, which completely changed my life. When I started to work, because Colin Bloy had done something, he'd started a thing called Fountain International, and that was about healing the earth by using, or healing towns and villages and places by deciding on an important place called a hara, and getting people to concentrate and love it and care. And he could douse the variations in energy that came out of these haras. And also had done some work on what the Templars understood about earth energy, which was quite fundamental as well. So I wanted to concentrate on whether the energy here was different from the energy in Sussex. And the odd thing about the Fountain group is that the energy's manifestations used to come for a time and then change. So I used to douse up in Sussex, and I doused down here, and we got very, very similar manifestations actually, and changes at absolutely the same time. To me, the Earth energy system is its nervous and meridian system, same as ours, much more complex. It's a cobweb of energy lines all over the surface and under and above the Earth. We are cosmically connected to everything else in the universe through these energy lines. They come into the Earth at certain points. And according to the Druid tradition, there are 12 major circles of energy around the Earth, bands of energy around the Earth, not necessarily great circles. And where these cross are particularly sacred sites. And one of them actually is St Michael's Mount, down here. And then from every living thing, every leaf, every blade of grass, every person, every building, there is a little, because we are just energy forms, all of us. There is a little energy center, and there's a connection to the next and the next and the next, and it's a vast, complex cobweb. But not just on the surface, it goes below this. I've dowsed 1,900 feet down a mine and still find earth energy. I mean, the Chinese have known about, been working for 4,000 years on earth energy, and we call it Feng Shui. I'm not sure whether the practice of Feng Shui transfers very well between cultures, because there is a deep understanding of earth energy and all its subtle related spiritual and emotional changes that it can be involved. And I think when it transfers to this country, it tends to be totally simplified. We were in Australia 3 years ago, I think, and we were very anxious to meet one of the bush rangers there, who was in charge of 470 square miles of Aboriginal land, where there were some of the ancient Aborigines living. And he was a dowser, and he was really into earth energy and all of these things. And in 17 years, he said he has not been able to get close to the knowledge. And he says that just occasionally he looks after this piece of land. He knows all the legends and all of that. And just occasionally he says, I see an elder sitting in one particular place, and he'll acknowledge me but not say anything. And he says, I don't know what he's doing, but it's something pretty important. And then he just sort of disappears and back into his place. So they're preserving it. They are, I think, desperately afraid that if we find out about it, we'll misuse it, which normally we do. And we had an astonishing experience in New Zealand, where I had dowsed one of the Marais, the really sacred site in South Island, where the Maoris they had certain stages where it took 10 years to develop the capability of assimilating the energy from these places up the mountain. And there was a marae which was normally the woman's place. It was full of water. And we went up there and I dowsed, and there was I think there were 5 energy lines coming into it, and a huge spiral and lots of radials coming out of it. Very, very active place, but no manifestation in it. And while we were there, we sort of moved in and out of a party which included a Maori girl called Donna, who had been taken from her family very early, about 4 years old, because they recognized that she had the potential to have the knowledge of energy. And she lived with the elders who taught her this. And I watched her sitting beside this pool, and I had put a stone where I found the Earth Energy Center. And without anyone's knowledge, she had brought one of her sacred green stones, the Punamo stone, with her pack on the back. And she very, very carefully walked into the center of this thing and moved my stone and put her stone down. She hadn't seen me dowsing. She hadn't seen me putting the stone there. And that was a huge vindication for me, actually. But it was an absolute delight, because she had a long ceremony and she put this thing and communed. And I went up the next day, and there was still no water in the thing. It was dusty. And I asked for if there was a manifestation. And I was able to draw it out in the dust, and it was the most beautiful 9-petaled thing. That there was 9 double petals on it. And there were 9 around a diameter of something like 14 feet. And I was able to use one dowsing rod and follow the thing round and mark it and make the mark in the dust. And it ended up absolutely perfectly where I'd started. Now, you can't do that in a 14-foot circle with all these complicated shapes. And it just fitted perfectly in the end. I almost cried. I mean, it was just so beautiful. And that was the result of her knowledge and communication, her consciousness, her training, and the manifestation was beautiful. Now, that happened within overnight. I think what happened was that the ancients were very, very closely tuned to the earth and its energies. And they would travel to a place where they felt good about the energy in the place, and they would sit down. And if there was a local well that would supply them water, they would stay there. And as soon as they stayed, they would start ceremony. And as soon as the ceremony started, the earth energy would respond. And it would grow stronger and bigger. And then it would become a place of where more people would come in and communicate with this center. And it would become a sacred site because of the ritual. So the sacred site developed with a possibly a natural piezoelectric effect on a magnetic anomaly or something, which made them feel interested, if you like. And then the conscious input from the humans would start making it develop in a way of communicating with them, and them feeling good. Ley lines are perfectly valid. They are technically they are straight alignments of more than 3 sacred sites or special sites. And to some people they are enormously important. They're quite important to us because the whole concept of the Michael and Mary thing started with a straight alignment of St. Michael sites from St. Michael's Mount up to Avebury by John Michel. Also, the Rishi brothers discovered that there was an alignment of sacred sites from Athens to St. Michael's Skellig in Southern Ireland, going through an extraordinary number. And I mean, it's not an absolutely straight line, because if St. Michael wanted a site on the Michael line, there was a huge crag there, he would put his big cathedral there on the top of the hill, which is slightly off, and nobody could quite understand why. But you see, once you start following the energy line weaves around the straight line and goes into these places and then moves out again, and generally keeps the direction of the ley line. So that's why I think that ley lines are important. They are the indicators that there is something important happening underneath. That's only my opinion. Because the energy lines are made up from a number of different frequencies, it very often happens that one of the frequencies, whoever it is doesn't resonate with that frequency, and they feel slightly uncomfortable. And what happens is that they automatically compensate for this feeling of discomfort by using their own energy. And that makes them tired, and if they get tired, they get ill. And every time they go through it, it's exacerbated, this effect. So they get to the stage sometimes where if it's in a particular room, they can't use that room. So all we do is go in and tune in to these people and find out whether there's one. You can dose and find out if there's one energy frequency that's disturbing them. And have a chat with the management and say, look, these people have got a problem because of that. And they say, whoops, sorry. And they make it a healing energy. Provided it doesn't affect somebody else down the line. But they can do that and we can't. I did become much more sensitive to the subtleties of all of the earth energy fields. And this meant more sensitive to reactions of people. It meant that when I was healing, I was much more aware of the healing problem, if you like, or the problems people had. Difficult to be specific. Just a whole a moving up, if you like, of the understanding of our place. It sounds pompous, but it's not. It's an understanding of where this human species is in the universe. And I came to the conclusion that we're actually, because the Earth is so patient, that we are quite an important species in the cosmos, because we are possibly one of the very few species who is in the physical being, but also has quite a strong element of spirituality. I don't think an Aberdeen Angus bull is aware of its spirituality. Much although I admire the Aberdeen Angus, I think we are. It's quite important to keep us going in some way, but we have to. We only survived originally because of our aggression, because it was difficult to survive. We don't need the aggression anymore, but we still have it. And it's actually quite simply moving energy from our base chakra, which is about will to live and anger and sex and reproduction and frustration, if you like. And it's about moving the energy from there. And unfortunately, all the media, the advertising, the music and all that sort of thing is aimed at base chakra, and that gets overloaded. And when that gets overloaded, we get aggressive again. And if we can just somehow or other shift some of that energy to heart chakra, then we have somebody who is slightly more caring, and when they pick up a brick to throw it through a window, something will say, "Oh, don't do it this time." And that's all we need, just a subtle change. And I think that was the essence of what was happening to me. One of the things about earthbound spirits, as far as I understand, is that most of them are just us in another version who have moved on, but haven't moved on far enough, and they get trapped in not in our density, but just out of our density, and they don't quite know where to go. They are really desperately lonely and very unhappy, most of them. And it's a great privilege, actually, to be able to help them to move on. What they must never be, as far as I'm concerned, and that's sometimes that happens with the normal exorcist, they are banned with bell, book and candle, and I think that's so wrong, because they're completely innocent spirits. And we had a case in point where one of the crew of a local trawler quite recently was drowned, and he kept appearing in his oilskins on the front of the boat to the rest of the crew, and they had an old-fashioned exorcist who came onto the boat and took the boat out, and he railed at this thing to banned and back from where you came from and all that sort of thing. And the poor thing was just trying to establish that it was lost, didn't know where to go. So it's an act of mercy, if you like. It's only when you are able to perceive them and communicate with them you can really do something with them. But there are people who maintain that they can contact from a distance and move on people. I don't know how much truth there is. All I can say is that with perhaps 90% of the ones that we've worked on, we have had confirmation back that there is no more disturbance. But this is the consciousness, the soul, the essence, is the bit that goes on after your body dies. And it was represented by this little innocent babe with the nappies at the end of the tunnel. That was my essence, which was totally innocent at that time and unafraid, I have to say. And fully, with all the faculties, plus a few more, I think, that I had before.
Jim Lyons is based at York University. With degrees in physics and engineering, he went on to do a postgraduate course in aeronautics. After a long spell in the aerospace industry, he entered academia, taking up posts in teaching, research and administration at various institutions. His role in the Spirit of the Serpent team revolves around his immense understanding of physics and how it applies to the laws of nature. But his interest in ancient sites dates from school days.
I guess like most things, that one gets into these things almost by default. It just so happened that the family lived in Wiltshire, no further than a quarter of a mile away from what was Woodhenge. And that's not too far away, as many people know, from Stonehenge. And so as a schoolboy, I was able to cycle around at Amesbury and lean my cycle against the stones at Stonehenge, which of course is no longer possible. And therefore, this provided me with a very early interest in the whole of the Neolithic scenario. It was when I moved into the academic world I began to realize that lots of the things that I had been doing for very many years, in fact, tied in with my hobbies quite remarkably. And in fact, in the last 10 years, let's say from 1990 or so onwards, I then really started to look at the emerging ideas that were happening at the time in physics and still very much part of physics today. That is the idea of really looking at consciousness being part of the whole world of physics. This had never really been inside physics for 300 years or so, but now people are taking a much wider perspective. And it's really that aspect that's really driven me to bring together my dowsing interests with the world of modern science. If one looks at ancient cultures, then one finds the ideas that this universal energy field that we live in was very well known to, say, the ancient Chinese, who called it feng shui, and that is really the name for wind and water. And that gives you instantaneously the idea that the whole thing is to do with the flow of some sort of fluid. And I guess it took me 30 years before that particular key point really sunk in, because I already had, as an aerodynamicist, a lot of this toolkit really available to apply to this sort of scenario. And when I started to look at what people had done in this area from the research point of view, I found that virtually nothing had been done at all. No modern ideas of fluid flow had been applied to the idea of subtle energies. And therefore here was a completely new field of research. And that's what really started me off on the last 10 to 15 years of work. When we talk about energies, we're talking using a term that was really invented in the 19th century. But people were very well aware of effects upon them and the movement of things. And in common practice, the word energy was around for quite some time. And when we're talking about stone circles, people use it in a common everyday format. What I've tried to do from the scientific point of view is apply a true scientific perspective of what we mean by energy to the stone circle scene. Well, we don't see this because it is in fact what we call a subtle energy. That is, it's operating at very, very fine levels such that it's not visible to our normal senses. Perhaps you like to call it a sixth sense. I always use the term fifth and a half sense because it's something that you can, in a way, get your hands on, and in another way, you cannot see it. But there are some people who still retain this ability to see this flow of energy. And in fact, around various stones, one can see this energy manoeuvring from the stones very much in the same way that smoke rises from a chimney. And this vortex-type flow is something that's been known since very ancient times. And it's really the analysis of that sort of flow that's the key to this whole scene. I'm totally convinced the ancients, in their very quiet, secluded world, judged from our perspective, have been able to see it on almost a daily basis. And if you look at cultures today, certain cultures, Aborigines, for example, or the Hopi Indians, they still claim to have this capability to see these natural earth energies, as we call them. And in fact, these earth energies, the shapes that we see at stones, from stone circles, really are no more than you can see in the sky, because it is really the sort of motion you see when you see clouds moving around. Indeed, if you look at the patterns of clouds and then start to look at the patterns in the ground of all these earth energies, you find the same underlying physics in the two things. It really is quite remarkable. And this is something we've discovered in the last 5 years. Well, stone circles are positioned in very specific points on the Earth. I talked about these patterns of energies in the ground, and in fact they're essentially lines running north, south, east and west, but they're not straight lines. They're these wonderful curly patterns, curlicue type patterns. But essentially stone circles are always built at the crossover of these energy lines, and indeed it's true for medieval churches as well. Right until about the 17th century, churches were still built in precisely this very specific way. And at the crossover of these energy lines, you always find them associated with underground water. And if you can analyse in great detail what a stone circle does, it's the combination of the stones together with the underground water that generates all these wonderful patterns of energy, and indeed lots of effects on humans as well. So we're not just talking here about the energy on its own, we're talking about the energy emerging from the ground in a particular area of the ground, which is what we call a chakra pattern on the ground, very much the same way that one has chakra patterns in the bioenergy fields of humans. We are just like the Earth. We are built just like the Earth from the energy point of view. And in fact, it is this interaction of this energy with our cells that gives us the second effect of stone circles. This is not just the geophysics, it's also the biophysics. And so when we start to analyze stone circles, we're not just looking at it from the archaeological point of view. Now we have to consider it from both the geophysical point of view as well as a biophysical point of view. And so we're bringing together the interaction of the energy, these earth energies, on the humans themselves. So this is why humans have a response to it from a conscious point of view, but it also affects the physical body in many ways. In particular, it is now possible to not only measure changes in brainwave patterns, which are a neurological correlate, you might say, of consciousness effects, but it's also possible to measure changes, for example, in the hormonal level in individuals. And the changes in the hormones are truly a reflection of the interaction of these earth energies with the biophysics of the person involved. One always talks about this energy being electromagnetic in nature, and in fact the first attempt to explain dowsing generally was on the basis of electromagnetic theory. But in fact, when you start to analyze it, it's not sufficient in its own right. It does not explain everything. You have to look a little bit at the history of how our understanding, man's understanding of electromagnetics developed, which again was classical 19th century physics. And it was really started to evolve in the 1860s, thereabouts. But the original ideas were somewhat untidy, and it took about 25 years to, let's say, clean up this whole idea of electromagnetics. And that's the version, the cleaned up version is the version we teach to our students today, and they're absolutely superb for designing mobile phones and electrical equipment and things like that. But what's happened is, in this tidying up process of the original electromagnetic theory, we've thrown the baby out with the bathwater. In fact, when you look back to the original theories of Clerk Maxwell, who really developed this from a mathematical point of view, he had all sorts of other parameters in his equations. And it's these other parameters that we are now investigating in great detail, because these appear to have quite a lot of linkage with the sort of effects that we're really talking about. They appear to have certainly linkage with consciousness and biophysics. During the 1990s, when physicists started to look again at this whole theory of consciousness, which hadn't really been studied for about 100 years, to be perfectly honest, new ideas in this wonderful field of quantum theory, which are rather obscure and rather difficult to understand, started to be applied to possible biological systems. And in fact, it seemed at the time to start to explain one or two effects in perhaps how the brain might possibly work, in terms of how information might jump across neurons within the brain. And in fact, since then, during the 1990s, a whole new range of experiments have taken place. And the crucial one here, for all of the stuff that we're talking about now, is this way in which quantum particles, once having been together and then being separated, still appear to be linked to one another. In other words, if you have two particles together, and it doesn't really matter what subatomic particles you're talking about, when they were originally entangled, use the correct expression, then you separate them and you do something to one particle, the other particle responds almost immediately. In fact, virtually immediately. We can't tell the difference. These two appear to be one particle, although they're separated. And this is a quantum effect called non-locality. And it's this sort of way in which consciousness works. And the everyday description of this is perhaps how one might talk about identical twins and how they have very common ideas and do things at the same time and think about things in the same way. They're at one time being linked together as one cell and being separated, apparently independently, but then they seem to operate as one despite the distance apart. And this quantum non-local effect is something that we're applying very seriously to these ideas in consciousness. So it is really a descriptor of the mind, such that now we're talking about, at least modern science is talking about the brain being the mind, and there's an awful lot of confusion about this brain and the mind. But what we are looking at now is the idea that this is the brain, but in fact the mind is truly out there. And this is a very ancient idea, and it is coming back again, that this universe in which we live is in fact a mind in its own right, and we are just one element within that universe. The idea that there was a universal field, is, as I said, is a very ancient idea. And indeed this kept going as a concept well into the 19th century. And it was only really in the beginning of the 20th century when we started to look at new ideas in so-called relativity theory, modern ideas of gravity, that the equations of Einstein suggested that perhaps we didn't need the idea of some universal ether or some universal field. In fact, you do not need that concept to be able to solve his equations. And therefore the idea that this universal field existed fell out of fashion. But lots of things happened in the quantum theory field which suggested that we do in fact always have what we call a zero-point energy field or a vacuum field. It goes under all sorts of different names, but there is a universal field there. And this is what I call the modern quantum idea of an ether. And it's this quantum field that the consciousness of the individual interacts with, and that's the current model that we're using. Well, the key thing about this field is that, in fact, it is a self-organizing field. What I mean by that is patterns of nature emerge. So if you look at a flower, for example, and you see all these wonderful petals, 6- and 5-fold petals, you find those same patterns, 6 5-fold patterns, geometrical patterns, in the earth. If you start to look at things on a global basis, you're talking about shapes of things to do with the solar system, you still find the same numbers there. Or you can go to galaxies and you still find the same numbers there. And you can talk about some of the modern ideas in which the universe is expanded from the Big Bang. All of these same numbers still emerge, such that the whole of the universe looks very much like the idea of Russian dolls, whereby we have one universal shape, and we can put a smaller version inside that, and then a smaller version inside that, and a smaller version inside that one, such that we can start with really big stuff and end up with the small scale stuff. So, and this fitting of patterns with inside patterns, being essentially the same pattern, is what we call fractals. And this fractal geometry we now know applies to the whole of nature. And in fact we're beginning to understand how this applies as a concept even to the ideas of consciousness and thought, such that it truly is a universal pattern. But when we're talking about other shapes and patterns we find in stone circles, the key one is perhaps the spiral. Everybody finds spirals. And once you have a spiral, it has a true mathematical shape. In fact, one of the key patterns you find at stone circles, believe it or not, has precisely the same structure as the DNA molecule, with precisely the same angles in it. And when the whole structure of the DNA genome, the whole structure of the DNA molecule was finally worked out, it was discovered to be precisely the same as the 64 hexagram code of the I Ching that the Chinese had invented 5000 BC. And it's these patterns that we're now starting to find emerging in our studies of consciousness itself. And we can use dowsing to enable us to generate these self-same numbers. Dowsing has always been thought of as something of a qualitative type activity, but in fact it isn't. There's an awful lot of quantitative data in dowsing that really reveals the equations of physics within it. Mainstream science at the moment is still some way away from accepting these ideas, but what is quite surprising is that as I talk to more and more people, lots more individuals are beginning to latch on to these connections. And my gut feeling is in the next generation, a new set of graduates will in fact adopt a totally different attitude, and I think will begin to absorb some of these ideas. And in fact the true linkages throughout science will finally be brought together, and that doesn't really matter whether we're talking about matter itself or whether we're talking about mind. We should begin to understand that essentially from a structural point of view they're all the same thing.
In our exploration of these sites, the Spirit of the Serpent team follows traditions similar to some of the Soviet research, in that we combine traditional scientific methods with some a little bit more esoteric and metaphysical. Julie Soskin likes to be called a sensitive, Some call her a psychic or medium. Unlike others in our team, Julie's life path seemed mapped out from a very young age.
I used to be able to sometimes hear what people were thinking, and I used to repeat it. It did not win me friends or influence people at all. In fact, on the whole, people were spooked by it. And I had an aunt who used to call me that very strange girl, that strange girl. So it has its pluses and its minuses. It wasn't until my early 20s that I realised that I could do what I'm naturally gifted to do as a profession, as it were. It never occurred to me that I would be a sensitive, a psychic. I didn't know such a thing existed. But in a sense, I can say yes, because I've always been intuitive. I've always had very strong senses about people and what they're thinking and feeling. Energy follows thoughts. So where you put your thoughts, your intention, your energy goes, and you can tune into it, much like a radio station. You can go through different channels and different awareness. I'm particularly interested in the personal development aspect of it, how people progress spiritually through their own senses, through their own experiences. And at some point in that spiritual journey, people do become conscious of their innate intuitive faculties. And when they do, the consciousness increases a great deal. So the spiritual development speeds up radically at that point. So I see intuition and spiritual growth as being hand in hand. It comes at a point in people's life where they suddenly realise there must be something more to life than this. That's the usual quote that people give. And by that, it means that that person realises that it's not just the physical world that we belong to. They may have some kind of psychic experience. They may have a spiritual experience. They may have some kind of unexplained experience that just triggers something within that individual that makes them start looking or makes them become aware of something other than the physical. And that starts a journey. And it is a spiritual journey. It is a self-spiritual journey because it's wound around the individual as well and their progress. I kind of fell in it. I went and had healing because I'd had an operation, and a neighbour said, go and see a healer. I didn't know what a healer was. I went and had healing, and the healer said to me I should be in a development group. I didn't know what a development group was, but I joined this group, and it had a profound effect on me. Not least of all because I found that I wasn't going mad, because as a teenager particularly, I used to pick up so much of other people's stuff that the lines were blurred between what was mine and what was other people's. And there was a point when I was about 19 where I wondered if I was actually completely sane. Thank God I didn't go to a psychiatrist, because they might have locked me up. Some might argue that they should have done. But when I started meditating and started developing properly, I was able to be in control of my energies for the first time in my life. So it had a very profound effect on me. I actually had no particular interest in being a medium at that point, but the development process and meditation, the experiential exercises, alerted me to the fact that it was actually making me a better person. Now, better person, I mean someone who is more in control of their life, someone who is more aware, who is functioning better, who is actually more healthy. I literally became more healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And it was out of that that I first realised that there was something very profound in this development process. I mean, for hundreds and thousands of years, you've had priests laying on of hands and directing that energy. What is different now is that people have realised that you don't need to be a priest to do that anyone can do it. And indeed, we all heal our family, our friends, by opening up to them, by listening to them, by being with them, by touching them lovingly. The healing is going on all the time. Somebody who hasn't had some kind of experience, some experiential sense, they would rationalise it. And if you rationalise it, you can't make sense of it. It's a bit like me saying to you, I'm in love. And you would accept the fact that I was in love. And if you couldn't accept, you'd say, prove it to me. Well, of course, I couldn't prove it to you in any logical sense. But we know that love exists. We know that it's there. Intuition, spirituality is the same thing. It exists, it's there, but it can't be known by the rational mind in itself. There's different layers and levels of psychism. There's what you might call an instinctual level. And there's no question in my mind that those things like the stones were put there as an instinct. They were instinctual about it. So if you want to call that intuition, yes, it is.
Bar Russell was a physiotherapist when she met Hamish. She'd always been involved with healing, but for the last 20 years, things had taken on a rather different focus.
The little local hospital called St Michael's, funnily enough, run by some nuns, were desperate for a physio. And I found my car dowsing its way into the yard. And I said, if you can't find anybody else, I would be prepared to just hold the fort for a little while. And so I started to work, which is good because I became then integrated on my own. Well, I think all physios deep down are healers because we don't use any medications. We literally just use natural, the sun. In fact, on our badge, we've got the sun and the hands, and that's all we use. So it really followed on very much from there. And when I joined Hamish, he was well into healing, and it was just a natural thing. The qualities of a healer, I think that they have to realise that although they've got this gift, it isn't really them, and they have to realise with humbleness in a way that they are lucky to be used. But everybody can be a healer, but some people are more motivated, is really the word, to do it. And they just feel drawn. If they see somebody in pain, they're just drawn to help them. So, but the great thing is to learn that it is just not, it's not your own ego trip. It is the energy comes through you and through your hands and through your whole body and the way you conduct yourself. Before you heal, first of all, you ask whether it is applicable, because some people have problems, maybe for a learning, not necessarily for them, but for the people around them. So you always ask, may I heal first? And then if the answer you feel is yes, you get that answer yes, you tune in and ask for the healing energy to come through you and be used in the way that it should be used. Because if the ego's there, we might see a bad leg and you think, oh, we'll heal that leg. But it may be that there's something else within that body that needs to be healed first. And we don't know that. So we just leave that energy to go where it needs to go. And then it goes in the right order. We really just boost them. They do the healing and we give them that boost with which it makes it much more possible. I don't think one needs to understand the mechanics, how healing works. Almost, I think, it gets in the way. There's a very famous healer, that Matthew Manning, and I can remember him saying that the least you know, the more it comes through, because you don't then put your own ideas in. Again, the old ego comes in, and you inadvertently, without realizing it, try to direct it in the way you think. In that respect, my physio training was quite a hindrance, because I looked at it with two hats on sometimes, and I had to be quite stern and just shut that scientific view out sometimes. You ask permission from the guardian before you enter. It's a mental thing, really. Or you can say it out loud, it doesn't matter, because both are the same, but you mentally or physically speak and say, "May I enter?" In fact, this happens in many, many different cultures. If you go onto a marae in New Zealand, before you're allowed on, you have to say why you're going, where you've come from, all in song there. I started dowsing, it must be now about 15, 16, perhaps more years ago, when Hamish came and gave me a pair of dowsing rods for Christmas and just said, "Go out and find the most energetic spot in this room." And I thought, what a funny question, but if he's asking me, it must be possible, so I didn't doubt it. And dowsed, and my rods went round, and I was told, "Yep, that's it." And you are never the same again. Once that happens and you find the rod moving in your hand and you know that it's not you, you never look at the world again in the same way, ever.
Next, it was my turn. I lead people on walking parties, really, and treks around the world, teaching people how to be more in tune with nature. That's been the main part of my work for a long time now, and archaeology has been an aspect of that. How man has always communicated with nature and the environment, so that's a big passion of mine, has been for a long time, since I was tiny. Always had a passion for wildlife and just being outdoors, really. And the more my skills developed, if you like, with healing and sensing subtle energy, sensing movements of energy in a healing environment, and I became more and more aware of being aware of those movements of energy when I was outdoors, whether it was interacting with animals or just rocks and plants or anything else. Everything has this energetic flow going on all sorts of different levels. It can even be the movement of air that people just don't notice half the time, the gentle breeze, and we filter things out. And I've been enjoying that for myself for a long time, and after however long, it dawned on me that other people might actually enjoy coming out and experiencing that as well. I've done everything from leading walking parties to, places like the Merry Maidens where we've been working, all across Dartmoor, for example, where there's such a wealth of undisturbed archaeological sites to be explored. But right the way through to, I have taken people to spend time with the Kogi Indians, for example, in the jungles of northern Colombia, where there's a race of people who actually have always lived in harmony with their environment. And I felt that we had a lot that we could learn from them as well about that aspect of living in harmony with nature and having a respect for the earth and all those aspects. They regard themselves as the guardians of the planet, basically. That's their whole kind of religious take. And they live in complete harmony with their environment. And they came out of hiding in the late 70s. Came out of hiding. Nobody knew they were there, really. But they came out just to tell the rest of the planet that you guys have got to stop doing what you're doing, because it's not us that's messing all this up. Yes, I think when you look at ancient sites, and whether ancient man was actually aware of any energetic aspects, patterns maybe going on, what was he actually working with, or what was driving him to do what he did? I think it's such a broad spectrum. There are sites that I think are purely functional, and there are others that are deeply sacred. You can look at sites around the world, for example, if you look at Henry Lincoln's work in the Pyrenees or around the Rennes-le-Château area, where there are ancient, I'm not going to say artifacts, but there are buildings, there are standing stones, calvaires, which are little sacred sites dotted around the place, markers, that are actually positioned around the landscape to pinpoint accuracy of geometries, absolutely pinpoint accuracy. And the thing is, they're not within the line of sight. You can have mountains in between. So these, particularly when it comes to the standing stones, the people of the time, whether it's Neolithic, early Bronze Age, some of them are older than that. Some of them could be even Paleolithic. So, you know, older than, well, I mean, just thousands of years old. It doesn't matter what the time frame is. The point is that, that these guys were intuitively putting things, even if they weren't aware of it, they just put something where they felt that it belonged. And the fact that when people work with that degree of intuition, that they're placing things so accurately in relation to each other, that, yes, I think that they were aware of it sometimes, but very often not at all. And of course, you'll always get other sites as well where we put our emotional stamp on the site as well. You know, we see a stone circle and it looks enigmatic and mysterious because it's a circle of stones, when there's all sorts of sites dotted around the place that actually would have been surrounded by wooden walls. They would have been covered structures, and if we now looked at a structure like that, it would just be a building, and we wouldn't think that it was anything mysterious at all. So, you know, there's a very broad spectrum of you know, whether it was intuitively and mystically motivated or if it was just a functional structure. We put quartz in our watches because we know how it's going to behave when you put an electrical current through them. We know that. Well, if you take any crystalline structure, it doesn't necessarily have to be crystalline, but you take any mineral structure that that has that kind of integrity, and if you pass any kind of energy through it, and it can be tiny, you know, you can't escape the fact that every cell in our body is functioning on, even though it's minute, on an electrical and chemical basis, that you bring a subtle energy into something else that has that kind of structure, and things are going to happen. You're going to be picking things up. Now, maybe there's an intelligence there, but maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just the interaction of that energy that is actually invoking something else within the individual. And it's questioning that. It's always looking at that. You know, what do I really believe? What do I really feel is going on here? Not what do I want to be happening here, but what do I honestly feel is happening here? Understandably, there's a huge lack of understanding about what energy actually means. And I think when you hear, whether it's psychics or healers or dowsers or whatever, talking about energy, they can feel this energy. Basically, if something is affecting you, if you can step into something and you feel different, or with a dowser, if he can step into something and these things that he's holding in his hands do something that he's not controlling, then if you look at the literal meaning of energy, that is just the capacity for movement and change, well, if something external to you is making you feel different or making something that you're holding behave differently, then it's an energy that is doing that thing. What it is it's a huge question, because there are so many different aspects of energy. You know, is it magnetic energy? Is it electrical energy? Is it electromagnetic energy? Is it something like a chemical stimulus that actually creates a cascade within the brain that does something else. There's all sorts of things that will have effects, and we call them all energy because energy is simply the capacity for movement and change. Anything that makes something move or makes something change is energetic. Now, here's the first ever episode of The Spirit of the Serpent, an exploration into earth energies at the Merry Maidens Stone Circle in Cornwall, southwest England. The programme's presented by Claire Grogan.
Hello and welcome to another 2-day serpenteering. This week we're at the Merry Maidens, which are just outside of Penzance in Cornwall, England. We're here to find out more about these fantastic stones and just why on earth they were put here thousands of years ago.
What effect can entering a sacred site have on the human body? Is the peaceful atmosphere more than just our imagination? And will we find any of the mysterious symbolic shapes often created by earth energy?
By using a combination of metaphysics and traditional science, we'll try to understand the flow of energy that surrounds the site, as well as learn more about what our ancestors knew when they built the circle.
All our regular teams here, Hamish and Ba, are mapping out the energy flow with those lethal looking but trusty dowsing rods of theirs. Rupert's been finding out more about the local folklore. Julie, our sensitive, is quietly communing with the stones, of course.
And here's Jim, our rock of scientific sanity in amongst all this metaphysics madness. So Jim, what have you got planned for us this week?
Well, we have 2 or 3 experiments for us this week, and the first one is a very simple one, which is aimed at measuring the energy coming from the stone circle. We have a second one, which is measuring the effect of the energy from the circle on you or me. And the third one is really a slightly cleverer one, which really measures how people are learning to dowse. We can measure the brainwave reaction as a result of dowsing.
Well, just what this circle of stone will reveal to us over the next 2 days is anyone's guess. When the team arrived here, the first thing they did was to gently familiarise themselves with the circle.
And I always feel I have to ask, because it's like going in a cathedral.
No, you can't turn your back on it once you're in.
It's very comfortable there, but I find it uncomfortable here.
I think there are patches where you feel quite disorientated.
The discomfort is perfectly logical because there's so much.
Yes, there is.
So many different frequencies of energy around. You're bound to hit one that gets you in the gut.
It's also very powerful, so when you get powerful energy, it can feel quite disorientating anyway.
Yeah, it seems to be getting excited about what we're doing.
Yeah, I felt that too as we came in. It's like, oh goody.
Later, I was keen to find out what the team wanted to achieve here.
Now you guys have had the chance to get to know the site a bit. I've watched you all pacing around, touching stones, doing weird things with washing lines, or what it looks like to me. I mean, what's everyone's expectations?
And this one in particular, I'm looking for the energy centre in the circle, which will not be in the centre. It'll be offset, and I hope to find from that there's radials of energy coming out to the stones. These subtle energies are all different and all different sites, and they're bands of different energies. They have a different effect on our way of thinking and our behaviour, and that's why we have to find out a lot more about it.
And what's it going to tell us though about the people that erected these stones?
Hopefully we're going to try and get into their mindset, but that's the difficult thing, because it's 4,000 years old, but it may have started long before that as a sacred site. It may have gradually built when they started realising just how important this place was. And as they worked with it, the odd thing is that the earth energy seems to respond to consciousness.
Now Jim, are you agreeing with any of this?
Pretty much so, really. I follow on in a way from where Hamish leaves off, because I'm interested in taking this idea of all these energy fields, we call them subtle energy fields, and seeing how all this lot relates to mainstream science. I really sort of come with a scientific viewpoint, but I've got this gut feeling that somehow it's very strongly linked to all this ancient stuff.
Rupert, I read somewhere in the research notes it's got something to do with women being punished for having a good time.
Yes.
Something along those lines.
Because the original story was that these were the maidens who were turned to stone for daring to dance on a Sabbath. That's a common myth across the country.
Now, Julie, I've seen you touching them, practically hugging them. It's got a very touchy-feely thing going on.
I'm trying to attune to them to see if they can speak to me, as it were. Not literally like you and me, but give me a sense. I work with subtle energies, so I get a sense of what might have been there. And the overriding feeling for me is one of love, actually. There's a lot of care that has gone into these stones. I think all down the ages, a very happy place.
You know, you can't help but feel there's definitely something going on, but I'm
Yeah.
still not convinced that it's not just a nice picnic spot, Hamish.
You will be.
But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Next, Hamish set about dowsing to find the power centre and the major earth energy lines that enter and leave the circle.
Where they cross will be the energy centre of the whole circle. So can you stick that in?
Yep.
We'll keep that as a permanent marker, so I'll have to use the earth energy weaves like a river. It's such a complex thing. They join in with the next ones coming in, like big arteries coming together into the mainstream around the world, and then out to the cosmos. That's coming right through that gap. This is the controversial one, because I think there should be a stone there, actually. But then people argue that it should only be 19 because it's related to the moon. I don't know. But anyway, that energy line, they may have allowed for that, this line coming in. That's a possibility.
Hamish had his own idea about the gap in the circle, but we'd find out later that some of the team had different ideas.
Each of these lines has a number of lines within it, and they will be going in different directions, probably feeding in and coming out, so we'll just check. And actually, all you have to do is ask. And that one is feeding that way. And the next one is that way. They are different frequencies. They are male, female, positive, negative, or yin-yang, or whatever. But there are differences in these lines, and they're feeding different energy in, and it's going through that stone, and that stone will react to this energy, but it's not dependent on it because it has its own energy center and its own function, and it's related to the center. Every power center has a vortex around it, and straight radials coming out like the spokes of a bicycle wheel. And they will tie up from here, from this power center, to each individual stone. Because I think that's what the ancients were marking, because they didn't necessarily start with 20. They may have started with half a dozen stones, just marking the odd radial coming out. But as it develops in ceremony, the whole system seems to develop, and the earth responds to what people are doing in the ceremony. This is the controversial one where I think there's a stone missing. And they're never evenly spaced because they very often bunch where there's an energy line feeding in. I think the radials were here originally coming from the energy centre, because there are hundreds of cases of power centres which are not marked by stones, which have radials. And I think the function of this thing is, by the old people, is to mark where these radials are, because it's part of their sacred temple, if you like. The hugely important part of it is to make a permanent record of the basic number of radials coming out of this centre. So the full treatment would have 20 radials coming out, the 20th going through the space. There's no other way to find these except by dowsing. Japanese are developing some equipment that hopefully will do the job that I'm doing and more accurately. On the other hand, I think if I put a little meter on the top with numbers on it, people would believe this thing. Number 3.
The lines of earth energy Hamish was finding fitted perfectly with what Jim, our academic, was expecting.
But all the numbers that you find associated with all these alignments of stones are related to the good old Platonic solids of Greek geometry. You can find out all sorts of angles from that, and you find all those angles, believe it or not, in stone circles. And an absolute classic example of this in terms of earth energies is volcanoes. Volcanoes are distributed according to very specific rules. And a wonderful example is Easter Island. And there are 3 dormant volcanoes on Easter Island, and they form a beautiful angle, with an angle of, believe it or not, 109.471 degrees. I can be as specific as that, and it really does align with that. It all comes from the simplest of the Platonic solids, the tetrahedron. And that's the angle that you find just about everywhere in earth energies. These lines gradually get closer together the nearer you go to the centre of the circle. And in fact, this whole thing follows a very precise mathematical rule called a geometric series. And we find this absolutely everywhere in earth energies. Well, the distance from the centre of these stones to this edge line here is about 33.5 inches, or around about 2.72 feet. And when Alexander Thom, an engineer who was a Cambridge professor, he analysed something like 900 stone circles throughout the UK, and this figure of 2.72 feet kept coming up time and time and time again. And he called it the megalithic yard because it's as near as damn to a yard. And it's stayed with us ever since. And the academic world really doesn't believe in this number, but in fact what I've done recently is analyse the geophysics of the Earth in terms of magnetic field and gravitational field. And when you start to look at the balance between the energies, a characteristic length comes out of these equations, and that length is precisely 2.72 feet.
All these stone circles seem to have 8 concentric circles of energy around the stones. They start, Jim says it's a megalithic yard just outside, and then they gradually come in. And I thought there was a sort of protection thing, but it's not really. I think it's almost a sensor. And when you come in, you cross this in the right frame of mind to accept what's happening inside, the whole thing switches on to the consciousness that's working with it.
One of the things about stone circles is there's always an anomaly in the magnetic field. Generally speaking, the magnetic field inside a stone circle is slightly less by about 1 or 2% compared with that outside. And also the other thing is the magnetic field is variable, and you can find this very easily with a simple map compass. But generally this particular stone circle is pretty smooth. But in fact there's a small area just over here which is in fact anomalous. And I've got this aligned to north. But as I moved into this sort of region round about these 2 stones here, relatively small region, it smoothly swings by about 30 degrees. So there's a 30-degree anomaly in the position of north.
Well, that was much earlier today. Hamish, there looks like there's an awful lot going on here.
There surely is. There's been a lot doing, but we've just managed to do the sort of bare necessities of showing what's been happening in this energy centre.
Now, I've seen you do this a few times. How on earth can I believe that it's all for real?
It's difficult to say. I can't actually prove this is happening. There's no other way of finding this, and it's such a subtle energy. There's no way of finding it without a dowsing rod. What we're finding is absolutely astonishing. You can see what happens, and all these radials, straight radials coming out through the stones. We've got spirals.
And it's all meeting in the centre.
It's all meeting in the centre. It's all happening in the centre. That's the simplest thing in the centre. We've got experiments to do in the centre which are, mind-blowing.
You've got a lot more to do, clearly. I better leave you to it then.
Thank you very much.
We'll leave Hamish to finish off here while he's still got some light, and we'll find out later on in the show what else he discovers. Coming up, Julie, our sensitive, will tell us what she's been picking up on, and we're going to learn a little more about the folklore and legend from Rupert.
Yeah, it's fine.
Great.
I think we'll call it a day.
I think so, yep, a day.
Oh.
Shall we take the rose and leave that?
No.
Okay. We'll have to collect the
day 2 of our exploration into the earth energies here at the Merry Maidens in Cornwall, and here with me now is Rupert Soskin. He's been delving into all the wonderful stories that surround this site. Now Rupert, not even I believe that these were misbehaving maidens that were turned into stone, but it does indicate that our ancestors had been keen to find some kind of explanation for them.
It's really interesting that every different age has its own type of story that goes with it, and the early church was very good at saying that anybody who did anything bad on the Sabbath, this would be what happened to them. There's a nice story in Saxon mythology that 936 AD that this is actually the battlefield where King Athelstan beat the Cornish King Howell. Clearly it's not true. We know that the site's 4,000 years old.
And is there something deliberate going on in terms of the pattern and the size? And
if you look at the site side on, then you get small stones on either side and go to larger in the middle. So it's echoing the sweep of the sun and the planets in the sky.
I hadn't noticed that before, but I can see that.
It is very interesting. But when you think that those alignments could take a long time to actually get accurate. So they would have started, they might have marked it out with wood to begin with, and then progressively added the stones when they were happy with where the alignment had to go.
And has anyone in recent times tried to remove them? I mean, when I say in recent times, in the last couple of hundred years?
Yes, it was repaired in the 1860s. So it was probably very clear at the time where the stones came from, holes in the ground where they'd fallen over. So they're probably quite accurately placed. It's believed to be very accurately placed. But then it was vandalised in the 1980s when some clowns came along and actually tried to nick the stones, I think. And interestingly, they found out when they actually put it back together again, they found that one of the stones had been put the wrong way round. When they repaired it, they'd actually put it the wrong way round. And that makes you wonder how many of the stones have been put the wrong way round. Is there a relevance to the fact that it was originally maybe at 90 degrees? That's quite interesting.
Do you think we'll ever really know the answers to these questions?
Not really.
No? Are you going to show me these other stones?
Yeah, let's go and have a look at this stone. Here it is.
So they were dragged over here for a more practical use?
Yeah, it was a very common thing that the farmers would just rip the stones out of the fields because it was much easier than finding them from somewhere else, just take them out of the site. There's a lovely story actually associated with this site. In 1907, a farmer from England came and bought the land here and thought the field would be more valuable without the stones in it. So they tethered up the horses. The lead horse, when they dragged one stone out, the lead horse reared up and dropped dead when they'd pulled the stone out of the ground, and they thought that was deeply mysterious, so they put the stone back in and left the circle alone. But it's probably just the oldest horse on the farm that had a heart attack.
And what about this hole?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's something you do see a reasonable amount. It's possible that it could have been a sighting stone, that the sun at a particular time of year maybe shone through and marked a spot, or it could have been a sighting stone that you could see through to a specific point. We don't actually know.
Should we go back and see what the others are up to? So Hamish, is the earth really crackling for you underneath? It looks like it.
Pulsing. So much has happened here, and you can see the start of it is that we found out there are 20 radials like the spokes of the wheel coming out from each stone.
Each stone.
Each stone, and then each stone has a separate spiral around it. The radials go way out from the stones, but they don't interfere with each other because they're different frequencies. These are the main radials we've been able to find, and there are 20 of these, one to each stone. And then they go in towards the centre, and there's a massive spiral at the centre. And I've marked it with the orange stuff.
And does it feel like a positive energy, Hamish?
It's very positive. It's a beautiful balanced feel. You see, this is just the earth. It's a sort of heartbeat or a little synapse in the earth, which is just pulsing away here and waiting for something really important to happen. You can see the wee spiral here starts. And actually it goes much tighter. The rope's too wide. It starts with a tiny little spiral and it comes really and then it starts to come out here. And this is the one that if you start playing with it, it'll either wind up or wind out. We'll do it. We'll do some muscle testing, and it actually affects you. If you step off it and then step back onto it, you can muscle test.
All right.
And to do that, we need Jim, who specialises in this sort of thing.
All right, Jim, what are you going
to do is to move away, first of all, from the centre here, so just let me find a suitable spot for you to come to.
Okay.
Just stand there with your arm out.
This
all
way.
right, and I just want you to resist me.
Okay.
Okay?
All
Strong
right.
as you like. Pretty good. Pretty
Yes,
good.
Uh-huh.
What we're going to do now is move to the power centre.
Okay.
And then repeat the exercise. And just stand similar way, but 1 foot either side of that.
Just like this?
Yes, like that. Just perhaps a little bit further forward.
Bit further forward. Yeah.
Okay. Your arm up like that.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Shoulder height. Oh! Obviously, I think you took me by surprise a bit there. Well, I'd like to try that again if you don't mind. And I'll concentrate on resisting this time. Ah! What is that then? How does
What
that...
is it then? Yes, that's it.
What else have you got up your sleeves, boys?
Obviously, this is a very special place, and there's something quite dramatic has happened since we started working on it, because it's manifested another shape.
You're feeling it?
Yeah.
Just since we've
there
been
is-
here
yeah,
talking
I've just
about
asked if there's anything else here.
Well,
And
you-
I think it's trying to communicate with us, because it's just created this thing.
But what's it trying to say?
I don't know.
Well, let's see
But
what's
if I
happening.
can show you what the shape is, and Barb could probably mark it with this
one's
very
there?
highly technological system we have with these little candles.
I can see how it's coming out.
Can you?
Yes, absolutely. This is rather a wonderful pattern you call lemniscate of Benui. Now this round here is 4,000 whatever it is BC. This is 17th century mathematics. So it just goes to show it took all that time before we were able to describe these patterns in mathematical form. And that's one shape of a whole class of patterns in that shape which apply to all sorts of stone circles.
Are you excited by this, guys?
I've got shivers all down my spine again.
Yeah.
The power centre had shown us a symbol like an infinity sign. It was exciting, but I was still puzzled by how Hamish finds these things by dowsing. Jim, is there a scientific way that we could get a feel or measure what's happening inside of Hamish's head, I guess, while he's dowsing?
Well, we can certainly have a look at that. We have some new devices to enable us to look at his brain wave patterns. In the same way we look at the Earth patterns, we can look at his brain wave patterns at the same time. And we'll just see what happens.
All right, you're going to go and get that set up for us?
Absolutely, I'll go and do that right now.
All right, while Jim's setting up that very exciting experiment, I'm going to go off and have a word with Julie, our sensitive. So here you are, Julie, and I've noticed that you've been feeling particularly sensitive towards this stone.
From the moment that I entered this circle, this stone and this one drew me straight away.
Why do you call yourself a sensitive? I expected you to be running around with a box of tissues all the time going, I'm terribly sensitive. You seem quite sturdy to me, though.
I use the word sensitive, the name sensitive, rather than psychic or clairvoyant, because unfortunately both those words have got negative connotations. Yes, I am psychic. Yes, I do tune into unseen forces, but I'm not a fortune teller.
You can't read my mind, can you? Oh, she can. I can tell by that look on her face. I'll have to be very careful about what
Only
I'm
if I'm asked.
Ah, right. You would just tune into that, the way you tune into the mind of these stones, I
And
suppose.
everyone can attune to energies. That's the point.
What I'm finding about all of them is I don't feel nearly as reverential as I thought I might feel towards them.
I do feel that these stones were put here as a form of respect to the universe. There is definitely a connection between the earth and the cosmos in these stones. I feel personally that they have a strong connection to the moon.
So does each stone have a different personality?
I'd prefer not to use the word personality. They certainly do have a different quality, a different energy. I think the trouble is we do tend to personify these things, and I don't know that that's exactly how it is. They do have a different energy. This one, to me, is very much the communication stone.
There does seem to be quite a lot of sort of negative stories attached to places like this.
I think, to be perfectly honest, I think some of that is fear. And the other interesting thing for me, linking energetically with them, is of course they have been here for thousands of years, so there's a lot to link into. And I've had mental images come to me, people dancing here, and it may have been considered by some section of the society that maybe they were too out of control.
There was too much fun going on.
Too much fun.
So Julie, what other kind of mental pictures are you coming up with?
I do feel there has been some ritualistic work done here, but it didn't seem at all sinister. Maybe something like a marriage.
The purpose of this site has changed over the years.
I think it has changed a bit. I think it was set up as a sacred space to create a vortex of energy, a powerful place. I think the stones like people coming to them.
Well, I'll leave you to carry on your chat. Come up with any
Thank you very
interesting
much.
revelations. Do let us know.
I will.
All right, thank you, Julie.
Yes.
Next, it was time to have a peek inside the mysterious workings of Hamish's brain. This is definitely a bit of a nutty professor moment, Jim. Now, what's happening here?
Well, what we're trying to do is measure his brainwave patterns. And you see these things on his head here, two on his forehead here, and indeed there's an electrode behind each ear. And we're measuring response of both his brain patterns here, right brain, left brain. And what we're going to do is put Hamish in a meditative state. That means he calms down. And in that situation, we expect his brain waves to drop from around 15 cycles a second down to about 2 or 3 cycles a second. And then he will go into a dowsing mode. And what we expect and we hope will happen is that this low frequency will suddenly jump up to around 10 cycles a second. Then we know he's gone into this very concentrated thought pattern. So, shall we try it?
Yes.
Here's the fun bit.
Oh, God. Jim, can I just clarify, that is a raincoat that you're under, yes?
Absolutely,
There's nothing scientific about that covering. Okay.
Whatsoever. We're just trying to see the screen for a start. Ready to start, Hamish. Just go into a quiet mode now.
Okay.
Ready, steady, go.
I've done it.
Yes, we've managed to detect Hamish in the meditative mode quite well. There's more activity in that side than there is in that side.
Well, I'm very pleased
and
about
that is the intuitive side.
Yeah.
And that's the logical side. And then what we find is that when you went into the dowsing mode, you had a very strong pattern around 10 cycles a second.
Really?
And that is precisely where I would expect the response to be.
So when Hamish dowses, it seems the right side of his brain takes over and he gets results by using his intuition, rather like Julie. Our 2 days were nearly over, but Rupert had found another connection with the gap in the circle.
Now this looks like a monument to me. It feels like a monument as well. It seems very different to what's going on over there, and yet you think they're connected.
Absolutely connected. Again, imagine all these field walls out of the way the landscape would have been, and this is actually on an east-west line straight through the circle. And where there's a big gap in the circle, this just lines up
where
with
the missing
that.
stone is meant to have been.
So it does give you that sense of it is part of that. Maybe it's a sunrise sunset line that they were using, which is why it needs to be so big. So it's clearly visible from there.
So guys, we're coming to the end of our 2 days here, and all the time I've been wanting to pick up on things, because it would be great for all of us if I felt something, and this overall thing I feel the most is energised. Have you experienced what you expected, Hamish?
It's been an amazing 2 days for me, and finding this landscape at the end just intrigues me so much.
I think the interesting thing for me is that when I'm linking in with the energy, I've been very aware that the ancients' mind, the way they think, is not the same way that we think. That they have such an innate sense of unity with the cosmos, and I don't think I expected that at all.
And I think it was you, Ba, that was saying that it's been great, though, just the number of people that
I've
have visited
been
the site while
amazed.
we've been here.
It's been heartening to see families come and walk round and touch the stones and stay. And I know it's a lovely day, but it's been a constant stream. So
Yeah, it
even to
has.
this day, people are intrigued.
What about science? Has it learnt something here?
The more and more I do in this sort of area, the more and more I'm convinced that this has got very strong links to mainstream science via the aspects of consciousness.
Yeah, because one of the remarkable things is actually the extent of the whole site. It spreads out in all directions, and we could be exploring over a broad circumference from here.
Anything else to show us?
What I want to do is this little energy center here has been pulsing away, and I want to put an amethyst crystal in the center and ask if there is any reaction to the energy from the earth to the energy of the amethyst crystal.
Rupert's research and Julie's findings both indicate that at some point this site would have been used by the ancients to watch and maybe chart the skies. What is clear from the work Hamish has done is that there is a powerful, subtle energy here even today. This earth energy appears to be magnified by the stones and reacts to other energies within the circle. If the ancients also knew this, then this marked out land would have been very sacred. It would have been a place where they could communicate directly with nature. Perhaps it was a place to ask questions, and even to receive answers. Could this pattern simply be the result of a reaction from two subtle energy fields? Or is there more to it than that? Our exploration will continue at other sites.
Our explorations into earth energies at sacred sites will continue. We may not come up with answers that suit the established view, but we are sure that there's something very fundamental to be learnt from these places. We're also sure that the ancients acknowledged these energies, even if they didn't understand them, and we're all just embarking on a path of rediscovery.
Well, I'm pretty happy about the Earth being a sentient being. I mean, there are tens of millions of sentient beings, and there are trillions of sentient beings in the universe. And from our position of five senses, we're not capable of even understanding that they're there. So the whole concept of the Earth being living, I'm very happy with.
Is the Earth a living being? I've never had any doubt about that. As soon as one learns to dowse and deal with Earth energies, you suddenly realise that we are on a living being.
I think it's a very strong and powerful living being. I think it's far more powerful than we are. When I was linking into the Earth on one occasion, I got the message that if it tired of us or wanted rid of us, it could just sneeze and get rid of us, which I rather like that analogy, and I'm sure it's right.
I think the more we realise that it is a living being and we respect it and honour it, I think the Earth is only going to benefit.
I don't have a problem with the concept of the Earth as a living organism. The combined consciousness of every living thing on the planet is all part of the whole planet. So the whole Earth it's a progressive extension of that.
I think the ancients had a wonderful rapport with the natural energies of the cosmos, and they guided their lives, and they respected these laws, and they guided their lives around them, and they were influenced by the subtle energy changes of the moon, and their whole being was wrapped around the moon cycle.
Well, the ancients had a truly intuitive understanding of the world. We tend to think, because they designed things like stone circles and built them with lots of very complex numbers associated with them, that they understood the mathematics. But research has shown that it really is intuition that gave them this perspective. And I still feel that We need to go back to the ancients to understand lots of things that today we are struggling with.
I think we've lost our innate ability to communicate to the planet, to respect the planet, to know the planet, and to feel the whole cosmic dance, if you like. I think that if we can get it back, if we can work with it, I think it will help us as human beings. I think it will certainly help the Earth. And I think it will help our evolution if we can bring it back in.
They were well aware that without the rain, without the sun, and without the air and without water, they just wouldn't be. And so they were gods almost, with a small g for them. And so they very much followed the seasons. We've got so out of tune with the natural cycle. For instance, living in cities, people are not aware of almost the seasons.
Where I think the ancients had a knowledge that would benefit us, predominantly is going to be in that relationship with the earth. One of the things that we have become so bad at is actually understanding how important the planet and the environment actually is to us.
I feel a great joy to start with. I feel a great fulfillment, and above all, I feel a tremendous excitement about the potential of what happens when within the circle, within the energy of the circle.
When one enters a stone circle, you can treat it on two levels. Purely a mechanical one to try to understand its geometry, its design. But then beneath that, you always feel that there's something associated with it that's to do with intellectual creation. And it's that really gives you the feeling that the whole thing is linked to this living earth.
Each sacred space is different. So I can only talk about specifics. If I talk about this one, for instance, there's tremendous power. There's a tremendous sense of connectedness between the earth, of what we've just been talking about, in fact, connectedness between the earth and the planets and the whole world.
Before you enter, you always acknowledge the guardian and ask whether you can come in. That's terribly important. And then it opens up to you. If you don't do that, 10 to 1, you will only get a very superficial knowledge of what's going on. It also depends on how you feel. If you're tired, you don't get a lot. But usually, when I go to a sacred circle, I'm invigorated tremendously.
I do get the impression that there is an energy there that you are then interacting with. Again, whether you regard it as sentient or not is not really the issue. It's actually about having a respect and an openness in how you actually make that connection.
It knocks all the arrogance out of you, and it makes you realize that this particular life cycle, as far as I'm concerned, is one tiny part of our whole existence. It's an important part, but it's a very tiny part.
2 words: life and consciousness.
Power.
Empowerment, really.
Acceptance.
I think the ancients had the incredible humility, actually, to understand that they were a very, very minor part of this whole great complex. And we've lost that humility. We've decided that we can control it and we can control everything. And we've lost the ability to relate to our ultimate creator. The joy comes from realizing that you can actually tune into the colossal whispering energies of the universe. And suddenly you realize that we do have a rightful place in the universe.